Hurry up and run. Casey ran without hesitation, looking at the shaking auction house. Her assistant Betty, the third Princess Earenda, and the Knight Enya followed her. The walls are cracked, and crumbs are falling from the ceiling. It was only a matter of time before the ceiling collapsed at this rate, and that was all because of the aftermath of the battle going on outside. We're close to the exit. The four women were energized as they saw the light outside from the dark end of the hallway. The two knights and the two wizards who can strengthen their bodies were able to escape safely outside without holding each other back. As soon as the four escaped unharmed, the aisle they ran out of collapsed. If they had been a little late, they might have been buried under that wreckage, but they could not easily embrace the feeling of being alive because they were overwhelmed by the view in front of them as soon as they came out. "What is that?" Earenda murmured in a trembling voice as she saw a giant monster fighting against the Knights of Leathervik. It had 3 wolf-like heads and countless beast mouths on his body. The beast of Ga copyright of Odin. Casey, who recognized the monster at once, opened her eyes wide as if she could not believe it. Enya was surprised to hear the murmur and asked back, "What? Wait a minute. Isn't the beast of Ga copyright of Odin the one active in the kingdom of Dumant 5 years ago?" "Yes, that's right." "But how?" "The beast of Ga copyright of Odin was said to have died 5 years ago. He's actually dead. Parts of his body are still kept in the Royal Museum of the Kingdom of Dumant. However," Casey continued, "unlike the body I saw then, this one is a little different, especially the front legs." The body of the monster she had seen was a little more beastly than the one before her eyes. Of course, the monster in front of her has the shape of a beast, but his overall shape is a broken bar, more like a human figure. It was because the paws that it wielded mercilessly were in the shape of a human hand, not that of a quadrupedal beast. Of course, seeing all kinds of animal heads on his hands made her think so. "It's definitely not like the body I saw." In the case of the body in the Kingdom of Dumant, nearly 70% of its body was lost, but there's no way I wouldn't recognize it. A monster that ate several knights from the kingdom, the beast of Ga copyright of Odin, died at the hands of the great hunter Abraham Van Helsing. Casey was speculating that Van Helsing might be one of the identities of James Moriarty whom she was chasing. Then is it a coincidence that the beast of Ga copyright of Odin appeared here? Casey thought of the worst situation possible. "Professor Moriarty, what the hell are you going to do in this city?" Casey clenched her fist. Her lifelong enemy that she must capture and the only wall that she has never overcome was somewhere in this city now. "He's here." In the last 3 years Casey has been trying to find his traces, thus she gained the title, Color, as a wizard. She promised she wouldn't miss him if she ran into him next time. But first of all, her gaze turned to the beast of Ga copyright Vorden. Every time he wags his tail, his surroundings are swept away. That's not a monster, it's more of a living and breathing natural disaster. We need to subdue that wild monster so that the damage doesn't get any bigger. Her purpose has not changed a bit since before. She strived to create a better world following the words of her late grandfather. Casey moved just as the beast's huge arm was falling over the heads of those trying to escape. Her magic was activated, and at that moment water reacted. Woo! The sewage gushing out of the cracked ground followed Casey's will and turned into a whip, tying the beast. The movement of the beast, which did not even budge despite the efforts of the Clockwork Knights, stopped as the flowing water tightened the monster's body like a giant snake. "Hey, did that monster stop moving?" "That's amazing." The members of the Clockwork Knights, who were fighting against the beast, shouted in surprise. Casey, who actually created the ridiculous scene, frowned. What kind of power? A broken bar. Her hands trembled when she handled the water. She used tens of tons of large water in tying up the beast. Nevertheless, he was gradually removing her restraints using his power. At this level, even a tank can be easily overturned. Quah! The monster's left head howled and the terrifying shout permeated the water that bound him. The water that tied the monster's arm exploded. "What?" Casey clenched her teeth and tried to draw more water, but it didn't move as easily as she wanted. "I can't interfere properly." "There's something in that cry." Casey sharply analyzed the monster's ability since mana was present in his cry. Did that mean that he could use magic despite his size? On that day 5 years ago, Even the wizards couldn't control the beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden. But if that's the case, then I can't be called a wizard with the title of color. Her main magic was water after all. In the presence of water, she was able to exert power comparable to a god, and there was plenty of water in Leathervik. The huge Ramses River across the center of the city, and the water flowing through the blood-stained sewer pipes throughout the city was her weapon. The water gushing from the cracks became stronger. It eventually gathered in the air and turned into knights wearing armor. Behind their back, there were two pairs of fairy wings that moved as they attacked the beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden. The Clockwork Knights did not miss this golden opportunity. The sudden magic support is amazing, but they weren't stupid enough to admire it. Every time the tip of the sword containing aura flashes, the monster heads of the beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden body were cut off one by one and black blood poured from the cut sections. The beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden screamed at the pain felt all over his body. From all sides, the Clockwork's knights and the knights made of water slashed his body. His red eyes full of hatred captured the wizard who handled the water. The instinct of the beast knew who was the most dangerous in this place. His right head opened his mouth wide and let out a howl. Casey noticed that the cry was different from the one before. The evidence was that the water knights she handled were intact. Isn't that a shout that interferes with magic? Then what are you going to do? The answer to the question came out quickly as black shadows rose one by one from all over the city. Casey felt goosebumps running down her spine. Hey! What is that? Others who recognized it were also surprised. Arg, what is this? They're rats. Where the hell are there so many rats? What emerged from the fissure were giant rats. The procession of over hundreds of thousands of rats was like a black wave. It wasn't just rats. There were also stray cats and wild dogs among the mice. They appeared from all sides as if they were one body and rushed at the people. Nonsense. He can control other beasts. Casey couldn't hide her astonishment and used her magical powers to create a large wall of water around her. The swarm of rats rushing toward her was swept away by the water, but the vacancy was quickly filled with another swarm of mice. This is one of the abilities of the beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden that led to that nightmare 5 years ago. The cry of the left head interferes with the operation of mana, and the cry of the right head exerts control over all the beasts. As the king of beasts, he rules over all beasts, and cryptids in the form of beasts are no exception. It is said that the Night of Blood was caused by the abnormal proliferation of countless cryptids, but if you dig deep, only one existence was the source of everything, the beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden. He was the king of all vicious beasts and a monster that created a nightmare 5 years ago. Gasp! When Casey saw the mouse approaching her ankle, she let out a whistling sound. She kept it a secret, but she didn't like mice very much. She is known to have a strong heart, but she actually has rat phobia. Hey, go away. Casey relaxed but didn't stop using water to tie down the beast, even as she shouted with a tearful face. If she stops, that monster will eat the other people brutally. Casey bit her lip, but before she knew it, the mouse climbed up her calf and reached her thighs. Then Betty stepped up. She grabbed a swarm of rats that stuck to Casey's body and threw them far away. Every time Betty's slender legs moved, the waves of rats burst out. Perhaps that wasn't enough, so she lifted the wreckage of the broken building with her hands and swung it around. Wielding a steel pillar larger than her, she was like a being that could only be seen in mythology. I'll help too. Earender also came forward and protected Casey with magic, and next to Earender, Enya also slaughtered a flock of mice with a portable sword. Thank you for your help. Casey was able to concentrate fully on the beast. The water knights, which had been popping out after being hit by the monster's hands and tail, permeated into the wolf's wounds. At the same time, they became countless thorns and struck it from inside. The beast of GA tilde copyright Vorden let out a painful scream. The city beasts responded to the king's cry, and a swarm of rats, wild dogs, and street cats all rushed at Casey. Casey, I think that monster is really pissed off. Beasts are coming in. Hold on, Betty. Citizens' safety comes first. We're going to die. Ignoring Betty's startled cry, Casey glared at the beast. All she has to do is drag on until the citizens who have not yet evacuated leave the premises safely. But can she and her colleagues stay safe? Maybe I'll die. Still a broken bar, if only I could save more people. As she was thinking so. What is it? Suddenly, the beast raises his head and looks in a different direction. At the same time, the waves of beasts, which were pushed as if to kill them, also stopped. Huh? That bunch of rats suddenly? The monster, did it stop? The murderous intent that had been suffocating disappeared like a mirage. Casey was embarrassed to see the monster, who had been staring at her like death a moment ago, change his attitude like a palm flip. Why all of a sudden a broken bar? He has a wild sense and immediately recognized who is most dangerous to him here. That's why the Clockwork Knights were ignored and he aimed at her when they wounded his body. Did the beast of Copyright Vorden turned his attention away from her? Then there was only one reason. A top predator who was judged to be much more threatening than her appeared. The beast of Copyright Vorden let out a low roar. It is a shabby cry in contrast to the ones from before. Casey's innate judgment captured the subtlety of emotion in the cry. It was anger and irritation, and a broken bar. Fear? Casey, who analyzed it without realizing it, was embarrassed for a moment. This is because she thought it made no sense that monster, which can be called a nightmare, felt fear. Casey stared in the same direction as the beast, as if she was possessed. Just in time, the clouds in the sky cracked and the light of the moon came down. There was a black shadow, to be exact, a person with a shadow on his body. A black suit and a black cape fluttering over its shoulders and the mask of the crow's beak on his face. Holding a large cane in one hand, the figure seemed to resemble an actor on a well-organized stage. Casey recognized him, and her eyes were wide open. Her pupils contracted and her lips quivered. How could she not know? Even if he hides his face and puts a shadow on his body, she can never forget the presence she felt when she faced him. James Moriarty. A broken bar. Her greatest enemy appeared at this moment. Double released today, and don't worry, there won't be a cliff. To be honest, I don't know why so many people say the ending of the last chapter was a massive cliff when it ended with the start of the fight between Roger and the Beast. Standing on the rebar of the precariously wobbling building, he seemed to be floating in the air. The Beast of Copyright Vorden looked up at him. The red eyes of the ferocious monster were calmer than before. Unlike the other humans he perceived as prey, the newcomer is recognized as an equal or more. However, the fading fire burned again and revitalized the monster's body. The three heads howled. Not only that, but the heads of the countless animals on his bodies shouted at once, and a thunderous howl spread throughout the city of Leatherville. The citizens who were watching from afar lowered their heads while covering their ears with their hands, and the weak passed out with bubbles in their mouths. Hearing the roar that seemed to come from the bottom of hell, Roger bent his eyes sharply inside the crow mask. It was a nightmare-like roar for others, but all that evoked from him was a little longing. Yeah, it was like this back then, when he was the hunter, Abraham Van Helsing. The decisive factor in gaining the reputation of being the best hunter was hunting the beast of Copyright Vorden, and the difference from then is that the king of the beasts staring at him is different. Hans appears to have mutated due to his unusual constitution, and the evidence was that the beast had a strange human form. From the perspective of face-to-face, it seemed less beastly and less ferocious than in the past. However, that did not guarantee that the monster in front of him was weaker than the one he faced in the past. Rather, seeing that he is clearly wary of him but does not move hastily meant he had a clever side. I wanted you to recognize me a little bit and be calm. But was it a vain hope? Hans can maintain his human self even if he turns into different beasts now, but he didn't do that in the past. Even now, whenever he transformed, Hans showed a few times that he could not easily shake off his animal instincts. On the other hand, the beast of Copyright Vorden is a monster far beyond ordinary animals. Just by looking at the countless heads of beasts that make him up, he could vaguely see how huge the madness as a predator contained in the monster genes is. An ordinary human being facing it will go crazy or have his ego erased. But Hans is still alive. The beast of Ga. Copyright Vorden roared because of its instincts, but for an instant he recognized Roger. That was evidence that Hans's ego inside was alive. They've known each other for a long time, and if Hans used the tooth it meant he was going to die. It's not because he's trying to avoid fights and run away like a coward, but because he's prepared for something. Watching the growth of subordinates is also the job of a leader. And if that subordinate is in crisis, giving out a helping hand is also what a leader should do. Let me see your skills. At the same time, Roger took his foot off the rebar that was standing precariously and crashed down. James Moriarty. Casey stared at James Moriarty, who fell suddenly from the air. A shadow darker than the darkness of the night wriggles as if protecting his body under the moonlight. Even the beast felt threatened and judged that the man was more dangerous than himself. Although she got the title, color, her pride was a little hurt because she was ignored. James Moriarty was Abraham Van Helsing in the past. She visited the Royal Museum in the heart of the royal castle of the Kingdom of Damant and saw the body of the beast of Ga. Copyright Vorden there. The appearance of the horrible-looking beast, which humans have no choice but to be frightened of, seemed to be lacking despite the rumors. Surprisingly, however, nearly 70% of the monster's body had been destroyed. All that was left is half a head, one arm, and a skeleton that'll barely make sense of shape. The rest of it was destroyed or made impossible to even regenerate. The whole thing, that guy did it. The king of the beasts who reigned in the night of blood and the master of the nightmare that will go down in history was killed by that man. With 70% of the monster's body destroyed and unable to regenerate, it was obvious why the beast of Ga. Copyright Vorden was wary of him. Casey Selmore bit her lip. She wanted to capture James Moriarty alive right away. However, now that the attention of the beast was on him, her priority was the evacuation of the citizens. Fortunately, that man seemed to be trying to deal with the beast of Ga. Copyright Vorden, and she was glad that he distracted the beast. As soon as he made up her mind, Moriarty and the beast collided. The beast opened his mouth and tried to swallow the shadow. At that moment, the shape of the shadow contracted from the air, and before long it appeared in front of the beast's middle head. High-speed movement. Number. There was no time difference between disappearing and appearing. Casey's eyes widened as she realized what he had done. Did he move through space? The cane handle held in Roger's right hand was pulled out, and a white sword appeared. Roger thrust the sword into the monster's eye. The tormented monster shook his head violently. Roger came down neatly on his back, cutting off the heads of animals that thrust their gills at him. His movements were neat, and it was not just physical strengthening, but martial arts that could only be shown by learning swordsmanship for a long time. However, the beast of Ga. Copyright Vorden was not one to fall in such an attack. Even when the swords containing the aura of the knights cut its heads, they immediately regenerated. A broken bar. You do, don't you? But the heads cut by Roger didn't regenerate. Instead, a black smoke flowed out with a squeak on the cut cross-section. Is that sword made of an unusual material or some kind of magic? Without any time to analyze it, the beast wagged its tail. Now is not the time to watch. Casey looked at the people, putting a curtain of water around them. Everyone, stay away. She could only hope that James Moriarty would stop that monster. The beast swung its tail that exploded even solid steel with a hit. It was an attack that a person's body couldn't bear, but facing it, Roger disappeared again in the air as if he knew this would happen. He used space movement again, and the beast was looking everywhere to find Roger. In addition to the three heads, which can be called the main body, the eyes of countless beasts rolled around and chased Roger's traces. Soon, all heads turned in one direction at once. Perhaps they found the goal they were pursuing. Roger was above him, and as soon as he found him, countless bottles of medicine poured down from the air. The beast whipped its tail, and the medicine bottles, which were hit, broke, and the white powder inside it scattered in all directions. When the pure white powder descended like the dew of dawn on the beast, there was a reaction. The countless heads that grew on the monster's body sneezed and coughed in pain. Except for the three main heads, All the heads that appeared all over the body were having the same reaction. "What the hell is that, a broken bar?" Casey, who was looking at the white powder flying in the wind, immediately knew what that powder was. Tear gas. Casey hurriedly spread a thin curtain of water around her. As if to prove that it wasn't ordinary, the gas smelled a little through the barrier and made breathing difficult. "Are you really using something like that?" "The animal heads are distressed, so the gas must be specially made. It's a stench that makes her teeth tremble even as a human being, but what about an animal that has a much more sensitive sense of smell than humans?" Due to the terrible and intense smell of the tear gas, the beast was almost paralyzed. In particular, the eyes of other beasts continued to shed tears, creating countless gaps in the monster where blind spots did not exist. The beast curled up its huge body while its heads wriggled and twisted violently. Soon the beast started rolling on the ground. "What is that?" Earenda's complexion turned pale. "Monsters escaped from the beast of copyright Vorden body, but they weren't only heads, they had torsos and legs." In an instant, the four-legged beasts staggered and stood up. Some even stood on 2 feet, similar to humans. Occasionally, in the case of a body that was not fully formed, the head devoured the surrounding swarm of mice. Then the flesh swelled up and the torso was complete. Cryptids. Did they multiply? The Clockwork Knights, watching the scene from a safe distance, broke into a cold sweat. They finally found out how so many cryptids appeared 5 years ago in the kingdom of Dumand. The beast of copyright Vorden had the ability to produce countless proliferators. He is like a colony that commands countless legions. What was even scarier was that new heads began to grow again on the beast body, which was supposed to be empty. If left as it is, it was clear that the beast of copyright Vorden would create cryptids endlessly. Roger was aware of this as well. "Are you going to throw away your heads because of the tear gas and create new ones? You know how to use your brain differently than you did then, like a snake that sheds its skin." His judgment was not bad, but there were obvious shortcomings. Fire. A white fire broke out in the air and covered the body of the beast. The heads, which were about to grow anew, could not withstand the high heat of the fire and burned. "When you threw your head away, your defense became weak, so even third-rank fire will burn you." 3 huge heads glared hatefully at Roger. He was standing on his ground at some point, watching as if he was playing a game. He wanted to crush that human by swinging his arm, but he instinctively realized that it was useless. On the contrary, his judgment was mixed with fragments of what would be called reason. "Is he not coming?" Roger is deliberately guiding his movements to show a gap, but the beast raised its guard even more. "You're quick-witted." However, it was already too late because his magic had already been activated. A light leaked from beneath the rubble of the ground on which the beast rested. At the same time, the ground rises like a giant spear and penetrates the back feet and palms of the monster that is standing on the ground. A cloud of dust rose and filled the surroundings. In the smoke, the beast of copyright Vorden twisted his body, but his penetrated hands and feet remained motionless, so he ordered the cryptids to attack Roger. Roger looked at them and tried to swing his sword, but pulled it back. "That's a lot." Instead, he pulled 2 black revolvers from his waist. Numerous bullets of mana were fired and penetrated the brows of the proliferated beasts. There was no need to reload because the bullets were made from mana. In an instant, dozens of cryptids fell. Roger, who put the revolver back in the holster of the waist, stared at the beast to see if there was anything else to do. The beast shrank as he faced his gaze. If his limbs had not been pierced, he would have stepped back unknowingly. Roger looked at it and decided it was over. "It would be best to knock him out like this, but you saved me the trouble." Roger lifted his head slightly. He could see something glittering in the moonlight of the dark night sky. Shortly thereafter, a huge harpoon was pierced through the cervical spine of the beast. The power was so strong that the upper body of the monster with such a gigantic size fell down. A drug was released from the ampulle of the harpoon that tore the flesh and reached the bone. It was an antidote to remove the beast factor, which Roger had often given to Hans. The red eyes of the beast widened greatly, and before long the monster's gigantic body began to shrink at a rapid rate. Hans, who had returned to being fully human, fell to the floor. At the same time, black shadows fell from the air one by one. A large, gray-haired man with a mask on his face covered Han's body as he fell on the floor and wrapped it around his shoulders. In his other hand, he picked up the harpoon he had thrown. Alex, who came with Pantos, asked Roger. "Leader, is he all right?" "He's fine." When he was transformed he had higher recovery power, so his wounds healed, as Roger answered. He chewed on the magic pill he had prepared in advance. When fighting using Eta Nocturnus, the consumption of magical power was extreme, so it had to take pills. "I got Kafka safely, so let's leave." "It's late." Now was the right time to run away, when the night could not approach due to smoke. "Stop." At that moment, Casey Selmore appeared and Roger stared at her silently. In the fiery shadow Roger stared at Casey while Casey stared at Roger and asked in a clear tone, "We've met before, haven't we? Do you even remember who I am?" A broken bar Casey Selmore. How could he forget? She is by far one of the strongest villains in his memory. "You remember it well. Then you know why I called you? Are you going to arrest me right now?" Roger smiled silently at those words. It's been a long time since he met her, and she's going to arrest him. Come to think of it, however, the two were not even close enough to say hello to each other. No matter what anyone says, in the kingdom of Delica, he was chased by her. Of course, Casey was more of a one-sided antagonist to Roger. "I knew it, Moriarty." "That you didn't die that day at the waterfall. Why didn't you just live without knowing? It would have been good for each other." "You want me to bury the shame of the day?" "No way." "So you followed me all the way here, with the idea of fleetingly losing your life? You made a fool of me and you thought I'd give up on that much?" "I'm not what I was then." Their eyes clashed violently in the air. Since they have no concessions to each other, it was natural for them to become like this the moment they met. Water droplets began to float around Casey and Roger clicked his tongue at the sight. "Should I see blood here or are you going to go easy on me?" "No way." "Then there's nothing we can do about it." He had to use force. With that thought in mind, when she tried to use her magical powers, Roger also raised his shadow as if to respond. The space between the two was filled with tension and Roger's men also stared at Casey. "What?" Irenda was bewildered by what had happened so suddenly. In such a sudden situation, Casey opened her mouth. "James Moriarty." "No, Abraham Van Helsing." A broken bar. Roger shuddered as he didn't know she would bring up the name, but Casey didn't miss the minute response and a smile formed on her face. "Well, to be honest, I was surprised, too. I didn't know you were doing activities while hiding your identity." A broken bar. Nonsense. "Is this nonsense?" Van Helsing, James Moriarty. "The civil war in the northern kingdom of Utah that ended a while ago, that's your work, right?" Casey found some of the trails Roger's been trying to hide and his eyes in his beak mask narrowed. He didn't expect his past identity to be exposed. "Under what kind of identity are you hiding in this city? Do you think I won't be able to find you if you run away from here?" A broken bar. "I'm sure I'll find you. And I'll chase you to the end." "To the end." At the near unilateral declaration, Roger remained silent for a moment, and then nodded. "Well, I think I made a fool of you." On the day of the showdown in the kingdom of Delica, Casey Selmore could not defeat Roger even though he had used all his mana, and as a last resort he threw himself off a waterfall, but she jumped with him. Her behavior was almost madness and she didn't even care about her own death. Roger thought that she would pursue her own path after that, but she still came after him and she was much stronger than in the past. Roger acknowledged that this was his fault. The title, Color, means that although only one element can be used, it is therefore more absolutely powerful than anyone else. "My opponent, who was already crazy, has become so strong that I can't touch her recklessly, has now returned." But Casey Selmore's biggest weapon is not her magic skills but her reasoning ability. Even her tenacity and perseverance beyond that reasoning was her real weapon. Even if he runs away from this spot safely, Casey Selmore will not give up and try to find him. Tracing traces, narrowing distances and collecting evidence, she'll do it one step at a time. If that happens, she might discover his ridiculous identity, and if that happens he would be checkmate. If it was in the past, he could abandon his fake identity and leave again, But the situation was different this time because he used his real face when he pretended to be Roger Chulusai. It's going to be troublesome. In the future, it was highly likely that even the recovery of the remaining pieces of the relic, which he targeted, would be hindered. Then what should he do? Roger narrowed his eyes. Should I remove her? The first sure thing that came to mind was the destruction of evidence. It was an idea that could not be dared to come up with against a wizard with the title, Color, but this was also not without a way. Casey's body trembled involuntarily when his hidden murderous intent arose. Swallowing her dry saliva, she felt the spirit flowing from Roger changed. It's the same as back then. A sense of intimidation that makes you lose your fighting spirit just by feeling it. Even though she became strong enough to go anywhere, the villain she faced in the past still felt like a high mountain, but she didn't back down. Casey clenched her teeth and kept her eyes on Roger. There was still something she needed to know. I heard the latest news. There have been countless incidents all over the continent, but there are disturbing movements, especially in the Exilian Empire and an organization that operates in the shadows. A broken bar. At the mention of the organization, Roger unwittingly strained himself. No way, the secret organization I created called UN. Owen has already been discovered. With her ridiculous reasoning ability, it was no wonder she already noticed so much. It was more of a superpower than just common sense. But what came out of her mouth was a completely different name. Contrary to his concerns. Tell me, what does Black Dawn have to do with you? A broken bar. Black Dawn? That name suddenly came up here. Casey felt sure of her suspicions, because of his bewildered appearance. As expected, I must have hit the nail on the head. A broken bar. A good idea flashed through Roger's mind. A broken bar. I don't understand what you're talking about. To say yes outright would be a bad move, so Roger took his time and pretended not to know, in order to turn her doubts into certainty. As if his action was correct, Casey looked confident that what she said was right. It's no use pretending not to know. Are all the recent events your fault? Then it is your fault that the auction house became like this today. Auction house? Oh, she meant the Liberation Army that caused the terrorist attacks along with the other criminals and black wizards that have stepped in. Casey seemed to think that even their movements were all done by him. That's not what I did. Even if he pointed out the wrong thing, she was right in a way, since it is true that what he and his colleagues did was the trigger for this incident. This might be a broken bar. Roger's idea, which initially leaned toward eliminating Casey, tilted the other way around. Casey Selmore is competent, and even if he tried to remove her, she would do a lot of damage. If he did such a thing, he might not be able to hide his identity. I changed my mind. At the moment, he should not be identified by both the powerful Theon Academy and the Black Dawn. In this case, the Black Dawn Society is a little more dangerous, but what if he makes Casey Selmore go against them to divert their attention? She will be a great hound. Since Casey is convinced that he has some kind of connection to the Black Dawn, it was an opportunity for him. Casey Selmore, my old enemy, you saw through my scheme, but can you stay like this? What? Casey, unable to grasp the intent of the question, asked stupidly, and Roger explained kindly. There are still terrorists inside that auction house that are searching for prey. Are you threatening me? You want me to let go of the big criminal in front of me and deal with the small fries? If you feel that way, I can't help it, but I won't be easily caught. My men will stand up to you with all our might. We're broken bar. Will you be able to control me and my men? And in the meantime, what will happen to the citizens who have not yet evacuated? Roger deliberately stabbed at her weakness. I am not responsible for that. Casey glared at Roger as if to kill him, but Roger saw through her weakness clearly. Why is she catching her criminals? Isn't it to make the world in a better direction, as her grandfather said, so that people do not suffer from crime? So that even one person can smile happily. Casey has taken it as a belief, and she has solved countless cases to date, and Roger correctly pointed out Casey's weakness. Would she let go of a big criminal instead of saving people? That man might be captured alive, but at the expense of how many people? Casey Selmore was at odds. Looking at her swaying figure, Roger was convinced that his judgment was correct. She's a nuisance, but she's got certain abilities. Casey Selmore, you must be the hound that will bite the Black Dawn. not me. And the other task she will be entrusted with was the special bomb used by the Liberation Army. The special gunpowder that works even when silence of fire is active. It's something I definitely got rid of when I was in the Kingdom of Delica. How can the Liberation Army use that explosive? Maybe the manufacturing method that he thought could have been completely destroyed was left behind, or maybe there was someone who had connections with the Liberation Army. Whatever it was, there was nothing good about leaving it alone. Hugo, Melville, Dumas, we're leaving. Now that Casey was faltering, it was their chance. He didn't expect her to make a decision right away anyway, since his purpose was to confuse her mind. As Roger tried to take Hans away to a safe place, Casey exclaimed desperately, "Stop!" She aimed her stick at Roger as if she wouldn't miss him. At the same time, a huge stream of water shot like a water cannon and headed for Roger, but it was so easily blocked by his shadow. The scattered water immediately changed shape, and the countless drops of water floating in the air turned into sharp needles. This was the moment to besiege Roger and other UN executives, but the blue current from Roger's shadow disintegrated all the surrounding water. Even a wizard with the title, Color, can't control electrolyzed water. At that time, Betty, who was looking for a gap, stepped out. Yap! She threw her fist at Roger with a cute cry, but Betty's surprise attack was unsuccessful because a masked man suddenly appeared and blocked her fist, with his bare body, too. Beyond the harsh shock wave, Betty's eyes were full of disbelief. "Did you block my fist?" The eyes in the opponent's mask stared at Betty. Betty clenched her teeth and kicked as if she was analyzing her opponent. The high kick that drew a splendid orbit, and the masked man raised one arm to block it. Even a well-trained person would have his arm crushed, but her opponent was not pushed aside an inch. Betty stared at the masked man with a look of disbelief. "A broken bar, what are you?" The man did not answer. The moment Betty tried to ask more, the man stretched out his legs. Shortly after Betty reflexively crossed her arms, a strong shock struck her and Betty's body was pushed back. "Betty, don't worry, it's just a scratch." Casey couldn't believe Betty had been pushed back. "I'll join you." Enya also stepped forward, thinking that it would not work like this. She jumped over the man she was dealing with Betty and swung her sword at Roger. Enya's eyebrows wriggled because another masked man blocked her attack. But instead of panicking, Enya immediately recovered the sword, turned her body around and aimed at his neck. The man in the mask did not panic and calmly placed his sword vertically to block her attack. Enya's offensive continued without hesitation, and the two swords collided in succession. With a roar of iron and iron colliding, fireworks lit up the darkness. Enya gritted her teeth as she watched an unidentified man dealing with her. "He's strong, at least to the level of an elite knight." Those who handle swords and have superhuman bodies are called knight, but they are also divided into several grades. Most of the people called quasi-knights are just learning the sword. After that are the apprentice knights, which can be called knights in earnest. Then there are the regular knights, and Enya's rank was higher than that. She was an elite knight. The fact that she can't easily overcome the enemy in front of her means that her opponent is on par with her, but it didn't matter because she had her arcane swordsmanship. Swinging the sword with her right hand, she pulls out a secret sword hidden in the waist of a banquet dress so that it's in the other person's blind spot. She then pierced with her long sword while throwing her secret sword under the shadow of her sword. Unlike other knights who purely fight with swords, she uses a style that pierces the opponent's loopholes. The dagger that stabbed at the opponent's gaps was the sting sword, the arcane swordsmanship of Enya Joiner's family. A technique in which the opponent does not notice another dagger hidden under the sword and suffers from it. However, as if the opponent knew this, he naturally struck her down with his sword. He stopped it. He blocked an attack that couldn't be seen. "It's not just a coincidence. He knows my skills." Enya stared at her opponent with wide eyes. "Who are you? How do you know this technique?" A broken bar. There was no answer from the man in the mask. Enya tried to ask again, but her wishes failed to come true because Roger sprayed strong mana around her and pushed her back. "We can't take any more time. Here comes the Clockwork Knights." A broken bar. Yes, all right. Soon, the four people, except Hans, who fainted, floated in the air. A huge gale swirled and lifted their bodies, and when they rose into the air there was a woman floating in the sky with a black parasol. She was also covering her face with black cotton yarn, so she was hiding her identity, but it was clear that she was the one who caused the strong wind now. Casey tried to stop her, but she was caught off guard by what Roger said. Survivors haven't been evacuated from the auction house yet. A broken bar. Roger didn't miss the crack she revealed. Let's go. Just before his body disappeared beyond the dark night sky, he heard Casey Selmore cry, "James Moriarty." Before leaving, Roger turned his head slightly and looked back at her. Casey also stared at Roger with unwavering blue eyes. "I won't miss you next time. I'll uproot you and your organization, the Black Dawn, from this world." It was quite provocative, but Roger responded kindly. "As you wish." The words left by Roger were delivered to her by the wind. However, before Casey could get angry and shout again, Roger and his men disappeared in the wind beyond the darkness of the night sky. Even if the beast of GA copyright Vorden disappeared, the situation wasn't sorted yet. "Everyone, move. There are still criminals inside." Kunst. The Clockwork Knights moved in unison and entered the auction house. They overpowered all the Liberation Army remnants and captured criminals who tried to flee while stealing things. It was Casey Selmore who took the lead and overwhelmingly swept away criminals. As if to vent her anger that she had missed her once-in-a-lifetime enemy, James Moriarty, she went on to subdue the criminals without hesitation. After blowing off some steam, her reason gradually returned and she analyzed the scene immediately. At this point, did we catch them all? But the most threatening black wizards. They were all dead. The black wizards, who she thought were the biggest obstacle, had already become corpses. All of them had horrible wounds from beast bites. There was no need for an autopsy to determine who killed them. They must have come for an artifact, but the beast of GA copyright Vorden killed them all. But what happened to the beast of GA copyright Vorden? She knew Moriarty knocked it down, but it was strange to see that the giant suddenly disappeared. Because of the smoke she couldn't see what happened, and after the smoke disappeared the beast of GA copyright Vorden was gone. Instead, a huge man was wearing a blanket wrapped around his shoulder. Maybe that was the beast of GA copyright Vorden. Is that little thing a monster that ran wild a while ago? It must have been a test object created by some kind of experiment in the Black Dawn Society. James Moriarty. He must be an executive of the Black Dawn Society. She thought so, but someone approached Casey. "Magician, the whole scene has been suppressed." Casey responded with a gentle smile toward the approaching Knight Commander, who saluted her. "Thank you for your hard work." "No, we're grateful. If you hadn't helped us, it would have taken a long time to wrap this up." Once again, the Knight Commander bowed his head. He was the head of the Knights, representing Lethervik, and a strong man who was a senior knight. But he was no match for Casey. He knew that she was a famous genius detective and a magician that received the title, Color. In fact, if she hadn't used water magic to tie up the beast of GA copyright Vorden, many lives would have been lost. "Call me detective, not wizard." "Oh, yes. I'm sorry, detective. And as you instructed, I have recovered the bombs that the terrorists used." "Thank you." "Okay, let's think about Moriarty later." "Okay, let's think about Moriarty later." "I don't know where the Liberation Army got them, but the bombs they used were not affected by magic. They're dangerous because silence of fire doesn't work on them. It has been a while since science has developed and guns and gunpowder. This is an era where scary items such as Tesla's gun, reinforced armor, and chariots were also produced. In this rapidly changing world, old things naturally had to decline to the far side of the times, but wizards and knights did not, because guns and explosives were still not a threat to them. Knights are those who see and avoid ordinary bullets if they are more than apprentices, and the wizards were able to use the magic of silence of fire, which restrained the action of gunpowder, which is the most important thing for guns. Therefore, they were still the mainstream of the world, and they were going to stay there forever. This gunpowder that the silence of fire doesn't work on is fatal to a wizard. Of course, wizards were not without other defenses. However, a wizard cannot always protect himself by putting a mana barrier around his body. Now they're using it as a crude bomb, but if they can apply it to a gun. Casey imagined a sniper attempting to assassinate an important national figure. Usually, the more important the position, the more the wizards keep the silence of fire active and are wary of the surroundings. Therefore, no surprise attack works, whether it's a bomb or a gun. But what would happen if there was a special gunpowder? The sniper will pull the trigger and the bullets that shouldn't have been fired will be fired and the person caught off guard is shot. A broken bar. It's dangerous. It's really dangerous. It's a game changer. The Liberation Army cannot have created such a dangerous thing. They have liberation in their name, but they're only anti-socialist terrorists that fight against the state. Although their organization is quite large, they have only engaged in guerrilla warfare. The Liberation Army doesn't have the technology to make this dangerous thing. There's someone else. A man built this dangerous object and gave it to the Liberation Army. The first thing that flashed through her mind was James Moriarty. But this was simply not something an individual could do. There is a larger power, not an individual, hiding. Black Dawn Society. It wasn't that long ago that Casey learned of their tracks. Surprisingly, the Black Dawn was a secret organization that had been lurking all over the continent long before she knew it. James Moriarty. No. I'm sure he belongs to this organization, too. The Black Dawn Society is very dangerous. Maybe all that happened in the Kingdom of Delica was led by them. She wanted to find them right away, but Casey decided to calm down for now. There's still not enough evidence. I don't have enough information and I don't know how big they are and how strong they are. In her view, the man named James Moriarty was only part of the Black Dawn. He had at least a high position equivalent to an executive, but it's not enough to call him the boss of the organization. The mere existence of the Black Dawn and their leader forced Casey to become nervous. Since he can subdue James Moriarty, their leader, it's a very dangerous figure. If she tried to find them blindly, they will hide more deeply. She had to step on their tail step by step and aim for that decisive moment when their body could not hide. First, I need to analyze how this gunpowder works. Fortunately, she had an acquaintance that was very capable in this regard. It was her assistant Betty. Workers cleared the wreckage and escorted the injured. Leatherville City Police set up a guard line to block people from entering. Beyond the off-limits guard line, people came to see what happened during the night. Anya watched the scene and recalled the tragedy that had just happened. In addition to the sudden raid on the auction house, the appearance of a dead beast of Ga tilde copyright Vod, there was also an unidentified group that overpowered the beast. Detective Casey called them Black Dawn. The name James Moriarty is familiar to her. He was the godfather of crime that shook the Kingdom of Delica 3 years ago. It was shocking that he was still alive and belonged to an organization called the Black Dawn Society. Above all, the person who made Anya's head dizzy was the masked man who fought with her. He knew the swordsmanship I was using. The Joiners have long been an orthodox knight family. Although the other knight didn't like them because of their overly practical and brutal arcane swordsmanship, their status could not be ignored. In fact, Anya only recently joined the Nightcrawler Knights, and she proudly ascended to the rank of a senior knight. Her sting sword was something that even ordinary knights could not stop. That man knew my swordsmanship. Very few people knew about her skills even amongst her colleagues. The only people who know are her senior Lloyd and the leader Trina Ryan Howell. Could it be that the family's arcane swordsmanship information was leaked? Maybe he's someone I've met in the past. Who is it? Perhaps an enemy that I failed to kill in the past? Suddenly her heart throbbed and hurt as she tried to recall the past. It was not a physical pain, but a recurrence of the wounds in the heart that were engraved a long time ago. No, I don't think so. Let's not recall that time. It wasn't this that mattered now. Anya pulled out a communication tool that could only be used between the Nightcrawler Knights. She signaled to the leader through a communication channel. Leader, I'm Anya. She communicated everything she experienced and saw today. And lastly, I added this. And Casey Selmore is here. Anya, who finished the communication, visited the third princess to check her condition. Just in time, as the third princess was with a girl named Betty, Detective Casey's assistant. However, the reaction of the third princess facing Betty was somehow strange. Princess, are you all right? Well, That's why he a broken bar. Earender pointed to Betty with trembling hands. Enya was also surprised by the reaction and checked Betty's figure, and she was standing with her eyes closed. What is this? Did she pass out? Was she sleeping standing up? It was understandable because she had slept while walking during the march when she was training at the military school. She's not breathing. What? Enya checked Betty's condition just in case. She put her finger on Betty's neck and examined her pulse. She closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep, was cold and was not breathing. Is she dead? So suddenly? It was so shocking that she died, as no injuries were seen anywhere. At that moment, Casey, who summarized the situation inside, approached them. What happened to you two? Miss Casey, a broken bar. Miss Betty a broken bar. Earender wept, but after hearing that, Casey responded, oh, Betty fell asleep again. What? She fell asleep? She's not breathing right now. You don't have to panic too much. Well, it'd be better to see it yourself. Casey said so, loosening the hem of Betty's coat. Her back flashed down. Earender opened his eyes wide when Betty's white skin was revealed. Casey, what are you doing? Wait a minute, princess. Unlike Earender, who cried out in panic, Enya found something strange. There's a groove on her back. There was a very small groove in the middle between Betty's shoulder blades. Casey took something out of her pocket. It was a small key. Casey put the key in the groove behind Betty's back and turned it clockwise. Kirik, kirik. The sound of the machine and the gears meshing together was heard, and then Betty's closed eyes flashed. Gasp. Earender freaked out when Betty, who had not been breathing until a while ago, opened her eyes. Was she resurrected? No, my lady. Miss Betty is not human. Enya's sharp gaze examined Betty's condition while Casey put her hand on her waist and nodded. Yes, that's right. My assistant, Betty, is no ordinary person. No, she's not a human being in the first place. Not a human? As you've just seen, Betty, a broken bar, a machine, to be exact. An autonomous machine. It's an automaton. At the word automaton, Enya realized how Betty displayed a formidable force that did not fit her size. Oh, automaton? But Miss Betty seemed to be the same as you, a broken bar. You're sharp, princess. That's right. Betty knows how to think like us, and she has feelings of joy and sorrow. It was an automaton equipped with so-called artificial intelligence and emotion. Earender has never heard of a machine that resembles a human being so much. Such a sophisticated automaton should have been famous. Betty is different from the crude automatons that are commonly known. What? A few years ago in the kingdom of Delica, a broken bar, it's kind of a secret weapon. There was a slight shade on Casey's face that said so. An illegal project was carried out in secret in the dark of the kingdom of Delica. Only one among them was a success and her code name was Beta. That's Betty's real name. They were surprised at the shocking truth that came out of Casey's mouth. Huh? Casey. What did you do with my clothes? Betty, who came to her senses, screamed at the sight of her half-splattered top. Chapter sponsored by Fence. Thank you for your support. Hans floated in the endless dark space. It felt as if his body was submerged in water but floated in the sky at the same time. Where am I? How long has he been in that space? When Hans opened his eyes, he realized that he was not in the dark but there were beasts everywhere. The black things that spread around him were not darkness, but all of them were animal hairs. A broken bar. He tried to scream in surprise, but his voice didn't come out. At that moment, red eyes rose among the black fur group. The three largest pairs of eyes looked down at Hans. The beasts roared at him. Hans shook his limbs like crazy to live. Then, he felt a cold and strange touch on his palm. With a feeling of grasping at straws, Hans grasped it strongly. At the same time, Hans woke up from the dream with the feeling of his body being pulled strongly. Gasp, gasp. Did you wake up, brother? Hans stared at Roger, who was looking down at him, and asked back in a stupid voice. What the hell is going on? Where are we? This is a secret hideout. I brought you here after you fainted. Is there anything strange? No, a broken bar. That's a relief. More than that, I didn't die. Hans remembered the scene before he passed out. Unfortunately, He faced black magicians, and his body was eroded by their curse. So just before he almost died, he put the monster's teeth into his body. After that, all he remembers are small and fragmented memories that can only be called fragments. Did I become a monster and lost reason? Yes, but I'm still alive. A broken bar. It's a relief. So give it back now. What? What do you want? What you decided to give me. Hans belatedly realized what Roger was asking for. Didn't he say that he would hand the relic fragment to Roger? However, it was taken away by a dark wizard. The last thing he saw was that the black wizard had in his hand. After that, Hans had no idea where the fragment was because he doesn't have any memories. I'm doomed. In the worst case scenario, it may lie under the rubble of a semi-collapsed Kunst auction house. Thinking so, a cold sweat flowed down his back. Well, brother, I mean a broken bar. Don't be surprised and listen carefully. Stop talking and give me the thing you have in your right hand. Right hand. Only then did Hans realize that he was holding something in his right hand. The cool touch he felt in his dream was from this item. When he opened his palm, there was the relic fragment that Hans had been looking for so much. Huh? Why is this here? Broken bar. You've been holding it since you fainted. I was? Yeah. When you fainted and when I moved you here, you held it as if you would never let go. So let it go now. At that, Hans looked down silently on his right hand and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It wasn't taken away, even at the moment when he turned into a monster without reason. He protected the object. In a way, it's really nothing, but Hans got emotional for no reason. A broken bar. Take it. I'm glad I didn't lose it. You did a great job, Hans. Never mind. It was my job. Hans smiled faintly and handed Roger the relic fragment. Roger, who received it, stood up from his seat while touching the fragment with his fingertips. Now that you've come to your senses, get up. There's a lot to tell everyone, including you. What happened after we robbed the auction house? There's definitely that, but that's not the point now. What? Hans tried to ask what it meant, but Roger left the room first, so he had no choice but to get up in a hurry and chase. All the other colleagues were already seated in the conference room downstairs. They opened their eyes slightly wide when they saw Hans woke up. Hans laughed awkwardly because the gazes were burdensome for no reason. Well, where should I start? Roger opened his mouth, ignoring their reactions. First of all, you all did a great job. It was a series of unintended incidents, but thanks to everyone's good work, the operation ended successfully. Wow, we're rich now. Saradin raised her arms and shouted happily. Bellarina, who was glancing at her, raised her arm awkwardly and shouted yeah in a weak voice. But it's too early to be happy. These stolen goods would not immediately be replaced with money. At least it would take quite a long time to dispose of the stolen valuables. Fortunately, Kunst, who could track them, was completely ruined, so he was less worried about catching their tail. But there is another really important matter. At those words, everyone became serious. I'm sure everyone felt something while working together for the first time. You must have realized at the same time what kind of skills you have and how you're going to move forward. As Roger said, the executives of UN, who had not yet fully known each other, clearly imprinted their colleagues' abilities on their minds through this operation. The first person to speak was Alex. Well, to be honest, I was surprised. Hans transforms into a giant beast, and I've never seen anything like this before. You were pretty good too. Pantos, who had been listening silently, looked at Alex and said, you've got quite a unique swordsmanship. Were you a knight? I wasn't a knight. I was just an ordinary squire. Your power wasn't at the level of a squire. Alex fought on an equal footing with a Nightcrawler knight. He says he's a squire, but he's as strong as a senior knight in terms of pure skills. He was unbelievable for his young age. The reason that such a talented person is hiding his identity and scams people is probably because there are circumstances that he cannot tell. Alex immediately changed the subject as the atmosphere gradually went against him. More than that, leader. What the hell was that girl? It was a blatant turn of the subject, but everyone paid attention to it. The most curious thing was the blue-haired wizard girl who was there. Alex, who is not very skilled in magic, was convinced that she was no ordinary person. I'm curious, too. Pantos, who is usually quiet, was also curious. Casey Selmore was also included in the prey category because Pantos was only interested in the strong. Even if he pretends not to, the other people were also interested. It's just a bad relationship I encountered in the past. Looking at her reaction, I think you met when leader was using the name of James Moriarty, right? Yeah. What happened in the Kingdom of Delica was one of the most intense memories of Roger's past years. Now that they've come all the way here, there's nothing to hide, Roger said. Her name is Casey Selmore. You should know the Selmores. Selmore? Wait. If it's the Selmore family I know, all I can think of is the famous magical family. Is that right? There is only one Selmore family. So it is the family you are talking about. Hans, who has wide feet in this area, knew the weight of the name very well. The Selmores have long been famous for producing great wizards. They've even recently produced 2 wizards who have earned the title, Color, and one of the wizards with the title, Color, was Casey Selmore, who had a conflict with Roger. She is a genius wizard and her achievements as a detective are well known. I met Casey Selmore for the first time in the Kingdom of Delica. Did you meet by chance? Not at all. Rather, she came to see me. Perhaps it was still a headache to think of that time, but Roger frowned slightly. At the time, I was traveling in the Kingdom of Delica. Traveling? You told me how you met Betty, but you suddenly brought up the story of your trip. Irenda could not hide her curiosity. A trip is a trip, but, what should I say? It had a purpose. What purpose? At that time, I was in the middle of being arrogant because I was gaining considerable recognition and fame as a detective. Casey was conceited by the praise she received from all over the place. Then she overheard a rumor of a man in the Kingdom of Delica, where she happened to visit. I heard that there is a professor who has a very good, brilliant mind. Even though he was young, he established a lot of mathematical formulas and was especially well versed in geometry. Professor? Is that a broken bar? A broken bar? Yes, he was Professor James Moriarty. What? But wasn't he a vicious criminal? It was only later known. But at first he gained fame because he was an excellent mathematician. There's a reason why his name was labeled as Professor. Of course, the title of Professor later changed to a bad meaning for those who promoted crime. I first went to the Kingdom of Delica to see who the prestigious man was, and we actually met. Casey, who recalled the first meeting at the time, had an annoyed expression, but she didn't mean to disparage his achievements. No matter what anyone said, the geometric formula he created was so great that it caused a big stir in the mathematics world. What kind of person was he? He was a douchebag. What? Irenda was greatly embarrassed because she didn't expect that such an evaluation would come out of Casey's mouth. In times like this, shouldn't she usually say things like, "He was an unusual person from the first time we met," or "He looked suspicious just by looking at him"? Anyway, he was a very annoying person. He's a person who lives on his high horse. Every word that came out of his mouth was annoying. How did you find out that such a person was a criminal? A series of disappearances occurred shortly after I visited the Kingdom of Delica. Many people disappeared without a trace every day, especially young children. I can't believe it's a case of disappearance. A broken bar. A broken bar. I went around trying to trace it, and then I got an important clue. It was an abandoned mine that was deserted, but there were suspicious people inside. Then Casey, heading deep into the mine, saw something amazing. It was not just a closed mine, but a laboratory that was conducting some kind of secret work. The space was full of all kinds of machines. It was a factory consisting of steel, pipes, and mechanical levers. And James Moriarty was there. Not James Moriarty the famous mathematician, but the criminal, James Moriarty. Recalling the scene, Casey clenched his fist. At first, she simply wanted to think that there would be a misunderstanding, but the situation was not like that. The bodies of the Delica Kingdom police officers were scattered around Professor Moriarty. Above all, the body of a child who had gone missing that day was lying in front of Professor James Moriarty. Casey almost instinctively picked up her cane and shot a spell at him. Professor Moriarty also naturally blocked her magic. It was the first clash between the genius detective and the criminal mind of the century. You know what happened after that? He ran away from the fight that day, and I kept chasing him to arrest him. As she pursued the traces of James Moriarty, She faced the hidden events that were lurking in the kingdom of Delica and solved them one by one. The disappearance of several people has already led to a huge plan for the nation's survival. The monopoly of the military industry to wage war, the development of new weapons, plans to assassinate key figures from other kingdoms, and even a secret laboratory that used people as test subjects. Casey dug them up one by one, captured all the people involved alive and exposed their plans in detail. The newspapers of the Kingdom of Delica were plastered with new events every day, and 3 days before the day of the showdown she faced James Moriarty at a factory. It was a secret base that was manufacturing automatons. How the hell did he secretly prepare that? He was the enemy, but I was amazed. To Casey, who came all the way there, Moriarty talked about his plans without thinking about hiding them. He even asked major figures of the country to start a war and sweep away huge wealth. But just before the outcome of the plan was completed, a huge explosion quickly engulfed the factory. Explosion? Did the detective do that? Casey looked at Irenda. I'm a water wizard, not a bombshell. It was a time when she was still immature and didn't even have the title, color, so she could only use elemental magic. A broken bar. Of course, I did try to prevent the factory from operating properly just in case, but it wasn't enough to cause the explosion. The reason she timidly refuted was that she wasn't sure what caused the explosion. Maybe it's really because she touched something wrong in the factory, but that wasn't the point. The arrest of James Moriarty, the mastermind behind all this, was her top priority. But they couldn't fight properly in the burning factory, and James Moriarty ran away. Eventually, Casey, in a hurry, found Betty while searching the burning factory for evidence. She was kept in a half-collapsed room as if she was asleep. On the large capsule where she was lying, the word Beta was written. Betty is a special automaton made there. Betty's very existence is evidence of that scene. Casey got Betty out of the factory, and shortly after she escaped, the factory disappeared in the fire. That's what happened. Irenda was amazed to hear Casey's story, and it was the same with Enya. This was a famous story, but it felt quite different when they heard it directly from the person involved. Still, there were actually some details Casey couldn't tell Irenda and Enya. The only thing I saw at the time was the half-collapsed room and Betty. Code name, Beta, a successful project. To be exact, her suspicions arose then because the existence of the code name, Beta, means that there was something made before that. It must be Project Alpha that was created before Beta. So, where the hell is that Project Alpha? Roger's story naturally ended with meeting Arpa. As you may have felt, Arpa here is not a human being. He's an automaton. Oh, my God. When Hans heard it, his tongue twitched as he was surprised. He's a machine? But he's just like a human. Arpa is special. No, it's beyond that. Even if it's special, how can there be a machine so similar to a human? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was just a weird guy. A broken bar. Everyone's eyes were on Hans. It was as if they were asking, what do you mean? However, since he was an automaton, the ridiculous abilities that Appa showed finally made sense. Then the girl who clashed with Appa at the scene. Actually, she's my sister. That day Appa realized it immediately when he faced Betty. She was made for the same purpose as him. I was surprised. I never thought I'd see a kid like me there. The same goes for me. I didn't know there was still an automaton in the factory. Casey Selmore's assistant was one of the automatons that Roger thought were completely destroyed. Appa opened his mouth with a smile. But I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one who survived the project. It was then that Violetta, who was listening quietly, opened her mouth. So Appa is the only automaton left in the Kingdom of Delica? Something like that. What was the purpose of the Kingdom of Delica to make such an automaton? Appa was not an ordinary automaton by all accounts. He had a terrifying physique, excellent intelligence and strange but human emotions. Roger closed his eyes with his arms crossed. There is only one reason to mass-produce soldiers that can be consumed as much as they want, without requiring knights and wizards. The Kingdom of Delica, a powerhouse in the steel and munitions industries, had one purpose. It was not intended to be a tank or anti-aircraft gun, but a steel soldier that thought and moved autonomously in the form of a human being. They could turn the tables of any war by supplying a country with the dolls made of steel they made, and the project name was Sta. Tilde Currency Learn Capel, Steel Chapel. It's War. The first automaton and successful prototype of the project had the code name, Alpha. ARPA. Wait a minute. So Leader wasn't the one who instigated the war? To the public, James Moriarty was a villain who tried to wreak war by dominating the military industry in the Kingdom of Delica, but the truth of the past that came out of Roger's mouth was different. Roger did not answer via letters' astonishing remarks. Anyway, this is how ARPA and I met in the past. The events of that time were still vivid in his memory, but in the end, it was all in the past. That's how me and Betty met. When I got her out of the burning factory, we had a connection. Casey closed her eyes and said, as if recalling the past, "Of course." Betty opened her eyes quite a while after rescuing her. It was more urgent to chase Professor Moriarty right now. In the final showdown, I fought with him. At the end, as everyone knows, we jumped down a cliff. On a distant precipice of waterfalls she pushed James Moriarty with all her might. But the man was not called the godfather of crime for no reason. He blocked all her attacks and rather pressured her. She still remembered that she was so sweaty and she couldn't use any more mana. On the other hand, he stood relaxed and stared at her. She was defeated by Professor Moriarty in magic and was very resentful of that. As the last straw, she gathered all the strength left in her body that was not moving properly and ran at him. Perhaps Professor Moriarty was also surprised because no one would have expected that the final choice made by a sorcerer who consumed all her mana would be to throw herself at her opponent and die together. She fell down the cliff with Moriarty, but she didn't die. That day, I didn't die. When she came to her senses, she was ashore, and her body was covered in blankets. It's not like someone else came by, found her and helped her. After falling off the cliff and losing consciousness, Casey had opened her eyes once in the middle of a very brief moment. Her vision was all blurry because of mana exhaustion and the stress of death, but she still remembers that moment. The back of a man burning a bonfire. The man who covered her with blankets and even made a bonfire, though he could have killed her, he did not. Professor James Moriarty saved her life. What the hell? She tried to move her lips to speak out, but her voice didn't come out and fell asleep. Afterwards, when she fully came to her senses, only the ashes left behind and the dew of dawn remained, but there was no trace of the man anywhere. Professor James Moriarty, who made the Delica Kingdom so tumultuous, disappeared from that day, after abandoning everything he had achieved. I'm alive again now. Casey, who recalled the day 3 years ago, sighed inwardly. Professor Moriarty's last act was far different from the vicious man Casey had seen. Professor Moriarty saved my life even though I've been interfering with his work to the end. Casey was curious and couldn't stand it. Why did he let her live? Didn't they fight to kill each other? He must be a bad guy who tried to start a war in the shadows of the kingdom. Her clenched fist trembled. She was angry because her pride was hurt, but also curious about the incomprehensible behavior of the man who saved her life, and one possibility came to her mind. What if the man who allegedly encouraged all crimes, in fact, wasn't the criminal? No, it's a wild guess. The man saved my life. Yes, it was just a simple whim. The psychology of criminals is always out of the question. However, it was uncomfortable for her to conclude this unilaterally. She had to know why and everything that happened that day, even his true identity. So I'll have to find him, and beyond that, the Black Dawn Society, his organization. Casey Selmore's new goal has been set, and it was the Black Dawn Society that was hiding somewhere in the Empire. I'll do it. I'll arrest you this time. Her unshakable blue eyes burned with strong will. Detective Casey, is that okay? What? Enya asked, recalling Betty. If you leave Betty like that, there will be a lot of talk. Since she's a piece of evidence, aren't you supposed to remain in the Kingdom of Delica? Oh, that? Enya is right. Betty is supposed to be in the Kingdom of Delica. But why a broken bar? It's a secret. What? Even Enya was embarrassed by Casey's playful tongue sticking out. You didn't tell the kingdom? Yes, I hid everything. Isn't that illegal? Well, it's not illegal because I just haven't submitted the evidence yet. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. You know that's totally unreasonable, right? I know that. But look, the incident that happened that day is not over yet. James Moriarty is still alive, and he's plotting something suspicious in a faraway country. To sum up Casey's words, The case of the day has not been settled yet, so it's okay for Betty to accompany her. More than anything, my inability to believe in the kingdom of Delica also played a part. There's a lot of people in the country involved in all sorts of incidents. Who would I trust to entrust Betty to? Just in time, she could see Betty approaching with her luggage. In the distance, when Casey waved her hand, Betty distorted her face as if she was annoyed. Irenda and Enya still couldn't believe that such an emotional girl was an automaton. In that tiny body steel machines are spinning endlessly. Betty's all packed, so I'll have to go. Where are you going? The hotel has been completely destroyed. I need to find a new place to sleep. It was time to say goodbye, so Irenda wriggled her hands and thanked Casey. Thank you very much for saving me. If Detective Casey hadn't helped me, I wouldn't be here. I just did what I had to do. Please come and see me later. I'll give you a personal reward. Aha, I'm looking forward to that. Casey also said goodbye to Enya. Good luck, Enya. Yes. Oh, Detective Casey. What's wrong? Well, the leader said that we would see each other again later. Leader? You mean Trina? Recalling her past ties, Casey smiled brightly and nodded. Thank you for informing me. I'll be staying in Leatherville for a while, so if you want to meet me let me know. Yes, I will. Well, then, I'll leave. Casey and Betty left with their luggage. Of course, it was Betty's role to pick up the luggage. Casey turned her head slightly and looked at the half-broken kunst. A man sat stunned at the scene where construction was underway. Was his name Ivan Luke? She heard it was Luke's director, the blood of the chairman and the person in charge of the Kunst auction house. The event that you held on your own happened to be ruined. It is said that all the valuables that were supposed to be auctioned on the third day were stolen. The Beast of Ga Tilda copyright Vodna also appeared. The building that was hosting all kinds of VIPs was destroyed and there were even terrorists involved. The amount of damage is impossible to estimate, and Kunst's reputation, which had a 20-year tradition, was also buried on the same day. Since this terrible thing happened, who will come to Kunst auction house to buy and sell items in the future? Considering the size of Luke's company, it's not a staggering amount of damage, but the business in one field has been completely destroyed. So who should be responsible for that? At the end of the day, the general manager himself has to take the blame. Ivan Luke's hair turned white overnight and he looked 10 years older. In fact, it was surprising that he was still alive, but she didn't feel particularly sympathetic since she heard he was a jerk who caused all kinds of accidents. I personally don't like people like that. Casey Selmore has worked as a detective and solved many incidents and difficulties. She was thanked by several people for capturing countless criminals alive, including the high-ranking people of the country, wealthy merchants and high-profile aristocrats. But she knew that they were no different than criminals. They did not kill directly, but put countless people in pain with their greed and power. There was no reason to feel sorry for such people suffering. I just need to do my job and not waste my time with that nonsense. She would stay in this city and think about her future. No, there's nothing to think about. She'll track down the Black Dawn Society. It's going to be pretty busy in the future. Yes, Casey. What did you just say? Nothing. The events at the Kunst auction house were too big to hide. However, news that the Kunst auction house was robbed was not found in any newspaper headlines because that wasn't the main thing. Resurrection of the Nightmare. Will the bloody night come again? The Beast of Ga Tilda copyright Vodn was the most eye-catching issue for the citizens since many people witnessed his terrible appearance. The cries of the Beast of Ga Tilda copyright Vodn have spread throughout Leatherville. Maybe that day, everyone who was sleeping woke up and wondered what was going on. It's such an obvious title. On the front page of the newspaper, there was nothing but articles about the Beast of Ga Tilda copyright Vodn. Whether it's a column about the bloody night in the kingdom of Dumant 5 years ago, or gossip about how the monster reappeared. An investigation into the incident was also launched in the city of Leatherville. I'm lucky because there's no trace of the organization I lead. I folded the newspaper neatly and put it on one side of the table. When I still remember what happened that day, I felt my eyes tickling with fatigue. I didn't expect Casey Selmore to come to this city. James Moriarty was the first name he used to dominate the back streets in the past. Of course, since then, he has been referred to as owner and has not given his name to others, but there is nothing he can do about his anxiety. Who knew she'd come all the way here to get me? She knew about some of the aliases I used, as if she had done some research on my past. If I'm lucky, because she assumed I'm in a high position in the Black Dawn Society. Well, it wasn't really a mistake. With a bitter smile on my face, I looked at Sedina, who was eagerly reviewing the documents. In any case, I am nominally a First Order of the Black Dawn Society. In other words, Casey Selmore's speculation was half correct. I hope the Sparks don't come all the way here. With that in mind, Sedina, who had reviewed all the documents, approached me. Sir, I'm done sorting. Good job. I'll take a rest now. Sedina looked at the headline in my newspaper and asked, did it happen yesterday? Yes, I heard there was a huge monster in the city. The Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vodn is a very famous cryptid. This is not a big deal right now. Perhaps because there was a werewolf incident not too long ago, all kinds of rumors were circulating again with the advent of the Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vodn. Of course they weren't worth listening to. Even so, it's fascinating. According to the article, the Clockwork Knights overpowered the monster, but I didn't know the knights were so strong. I think we'll have to raise our rating. Maybe. To be honest, this part was unexpected. I thought Casey Selmore would openly tell the world that James Moriarty was alive, but there was no mention of the name anywhere in the newspaper. The only ones that defeated the Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vodn were the Clockwork Knights. That Casey Selmore kept it a secret? I don't know what she's up to, but I'm relieved she didn't tell anyone. Later I'll have to contact Circus and Old Kids separately and order them to keep the name James Moriarty a secret. Did you hear anything else? What news are you asking about? They said they moved because the Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vodn appeared yesterday. They? The Knights of the Holy Land of Bretis. The Holy Land of Bretis? The name she brought up forced me to frown with blatant displeasure. Why the hell are they a broken bar? A broken bar? The Bretis Kingdom is an island country far from the continent. Although it is a little smaller than other kingdoms in terms of the size of the country, there is no country on this continent that ignores the Bretis Kingdom. Is it the Holy Knights? The troublesome bastards have moved. Their real strength lies in religion. The Holy Land of Bretis is the headquarters of the Lumensis Church, which believes in the God of Radiance. Because it is a country that performs miracles of God, other countries could not tamper with the Bretis Kingdom and did not try to offend them. They hardly act, but the fact that they dispatched the Holy Knights on a large scale this time. A broken bar? Is it because of the Beast of Ga tilde copyright Vodn? The Holy Land of Bretis has been active under the mission of saving mankind from the past to the present. Therefore, they have been steadily performing purification ceremonies by removing heresy from various parts of the continent by hunting cryptids. The Holy Knights of Bretis are, in a way, more faithful and pious than anyone else, and are a completely perfect organization that cannot be touched by any group. A broken bar? It is true that it is a thing of the past now. The Holy Land of Bretis is now considerably less powerful than hundreds of years ago. Too much blindness led to fanaticism, and the doctrine deteriorated. Just like the religions that existed in history, the Holy Land of Bretis has taken the path of corruption. If the tower was divided between the old and new powers with the advent of science, the Bretis Kingdom was weakened by its outdated policy. Science has developed, and the world has advanced at a noticeable rate. Now the rich ride in luxury steam cars, not wagons led by horsemen. However, Lumensiism has not changed anything from the past. They did all kinds of atrocities, saying that only they could do it for mankind. After the colonial war, anti-war movements took place, and it has been more than 50 years since countries on each continent signed treaties to take peaceful steps. But only the Holy Land of Bretis protested. How could they leave those heretics alone? Because the Holy Land defines as heresy the subspecies of elves, dwarves, and Suins. The Holy Land of Bretis believes in the extreme doctrine that only human beings are the sole offspring of God, and that only human beings should exist in the world. But for the past 20 years, they've been quiet and solved internal problems in the country. 5 years ago, during the Blood Night in the Kingdom of Dumant, The Holy Land of Bretis did not come forward. But the fact that they moved this tiny broken bar, it means that they've solved the internal problems they've been suffering for 20 years. The dispatch of the Holy Knights due the incident in Lethervik will be just the beginning of their future moves. I can't believe they've been quiet for a long time and come out right away because they caught a trace. They have been looking at this opportunity for a long time. Yeah, that's because they sent out the Holy Knights with a statement bearing the seal of the Holy King. It was such a fast job that the expression stir-fried beans in lightning came to mind. I can clearly feel that they've been waiting for years. It's a little suspicious. Why is the Holy Land, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly moving? Sedina was quite wary of the reason why the Holy Land of Bretis was moving. Bretis's existence itself is a nuisance to the secret society Black Dawn. Maybe it's because the fight for the throne in the Holy Land is done now. I can't believe there was a fight for the throne in the Holy Land. Teacher even knows that. A broken bar. It's just a guess. I changed the subject because I was worried. Whatever happened, it didn't change that those annoying guys started to come forward. Sedina, have you finished what I asked you back then? Yes. Yes. I gave her one order a while ago. I wanted her to do a background check on Joanna Lovett, a student supposed to be Esmeralda. Sedina replied as if she had waited to show that she had faithfully fulfilled my orders. Joanna Lovett is one of the second orders and one of the new students. The last name, Lovett, is a fake status created by the society. You know that's not what I'm curious about. Yes, I did, and it turns out that Joanna Lovett is from the Kingdom of Damant. Kingdom of Damant? Yes, and she is even a survivor of the Roten Fire. The Great Fire of Roten, I've heard of it. A huge fire broke out in Roten, a well-known beautiful town in the Kingdom of Damant, and everything was burned down. It was an incident that was so damaging that there were few survivors, and the cause of the fire is still unknown. Although it happened more than a decade ago, it was famous enough to rank among the biggest disasters in history. Joanna Lovett is a survivor of the fire in Roten. The moment I heard the word fire, I remembered the spirit of fire I saw that day. A hateful body of fire that is not considered a common spirit, with endless malice against mankind. It occurred to me that maybe the fire was related to this guy. That's all I found out for now. I need time to check more. A broken bar. Do you know how many survivors of the Roten Fire are there? There are 3 people in total, including Joanna. 3 people? The fact that there were only 3 survivors was something that could not be understood by common sense, and it was certainly suspicious. Do you know the whereabouts of the other 2 survivors? One has been confirmed, but the other is in the dark. Then who's the one you know about? It's a young man named Pierre. Well, he must be over 30 years old now. What is he doing? He's a painter. He liked the beautiful scenery of Roten, so he stayed there and painted. A painter? He may not be an important person, but it was interesting to hear that he was a survivor of the Roten Fire. There was only one thing that intrigued me. It's the identity of the last survivor. Is there anything else you're curious about? This is enough. Thank you for checking. Oh, number. I just did what you told me to do. Sedina was so pleased with my compliment that her blunt face glowed. Sedina, isn't work hard? What? Other teachers basically have at least 3 assistants. However, Sedina alone is responsible for more than half of my work. Given that other assistants also complain every day, Sedina should also be quite tired, but she's just not showing it on the surface. I felt like I was overworking this small, thin girl. Besides, she's in charge of all kinds of information, so she must be way busier than regular assistants. I think it would be better to pick a few more assistants. A broken bar. No, it's not, Sedina shouted. I'm not tired. I can sleep less than 2 hours a day if I can help Mr. Roger. A broken bar. You'd better get a good night's sleep. Do you not trust me? Is it because I didn't live up to your expectations? She, whose voice was already watery, bowed her head and clenched her fist. This sight baffled me. I thought it would be difficult, so I tried to make it a little easier, but I didn't know the person in charge would react so radically. As I've felt before, she seemed quite on the edge mentally. A broken bar. I see. Let's pretend I didn't say anything just now. Really? Yes, said Ina Rochin. "I don't have any complaints about your work. I'm rather very satisfied," said Ina, whose eyes were slightly red, stared at me with a moved expression. His face, which seemed to be collapsing until a while ago, changed in an instant, like a bipolar patient. "It's just that your work seems to be too much, so I said it to reduce your burden a little." "Oh, number. I'm really fine." "Yes, really. Now that you're saying that, I understand. I won't bring this up anymore." Come to think of it, she was also not an ordinary person. Although she has the name Roshin, she also belongs to the Black Dawn Society. She is very talented. That's why I kept her around for so long. "Let's go. It's class time soon." "Oh, yes." I packed my coat and left the teacher's office while Sedina caught up with me in a hurry. The students waiting for class talked loudly about the incident that happened in Leathervik the other day. The appearance of the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden, called the King of Nightmares, was enough to interest not only students but also teachers. It was even said that the appearance of the werewolf in Theon that day may have been a harbinger to the appearance of the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden. I'm sure everyone is very interested. Irenda, who was sitting still, listened to the other students. Most of them were talking about what happened at the Kunst auction house and the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vorden. "I can't believe I was able to escape without getting hurt in that situation. It's a relief. It was all thanks to Casey Selmore. Of course, there was help from Betty and Enya." After escaping safely, the bodyguards and her maids appeared and made a fuss about whether she was injured. While grateful for their concern, Irenda thought inwardly, "If I tell this story to other students, a broken bar. Maybe this is her chance to emerge as a big star." Irenda has long dreamed of living in the academy, making friends within the peaceful academy grounds and enjoying youth with each other. It was Irenda's simple dream after living under the pressure of her sister for a long time. If she begins to unravel her experiences, which are like a part of a heroic story, wouldn't her classmates' views toward her change? If it were this, the students, frightened by the shadow of her elder sister, who was the first princess, would also be interested in her. "Did you really see the monster in person?" "Oh, that's amazing." As expected of a princess. "Actually, I have admired Princess Irenda for a long time." Students praising her with their eyes shining. Just imagining the scene made her lips curl up. "But I have to be patient. It's not sophisticated at all to start talking about it on my own." Irenda's last conscience caught hold of the mouth that was about to open. She couldn't say, "Hey, I was there at the time," or "Would you like to hear about it?" When she was a freshman a year ago, she talked unconsciously to get close to other students. But it was a trauma for her because every time she lay on the bed she would kick the blanket when she thought of the embarrassing gazes staring at her at that time. She was bound to be cautious because she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes this time. "I just need someone to talk to me." If someone gave her a slight push, she was confident that she could talk about it, but no one approached Irenda. Sometimes they gave her a curious glance, because she was restless like someone who was desperate for something. But that was all. Irenda became nervous because at this rate the class would begin. "No, not yet. I still have Renee." She looked at the empty seat next to her. The first friend she ever made since she came to Theon. Although it was a senior and junior relationship, Irenda was genuinely thinking of Renee as a friend. As Renee was also isolated like her, Irenda considered Renee as a soulmate because they could sympathize with each other. "Senior." "Hello." Renee arrived just in time and greeted Irenda, sitting next to her, which was now her regular seat. "Oh, yeah. How are you?" "Yes." "How have you been?" Renee nodded and slowly organized the textbooks she had brought while Irenda stared at her. "Renee, talk to me now. Come on." She stared at Renee with such an intense gaze, but contrary to her wishes, Renee was eager to prepare for the class. Irenda, who couldn't stand it, spoke. "Wow, Junior, did anything special happen?" "What number?" "I just studied, reviewed, and looked for a part-time job as usual." "Okay." Irenda smiled awkwardly and carefully began to rhyme. A broken bar. You went to the auction house, right?" "What?" "Oh, yes, I did." "Okay." Irenda realized something was wrong with Renee's reaction. If she had sent her so many signals, Wasn't it time for her reaction to come? It was as if she had no idea what gossip was going on around her. "No way, a broken bar?" Irender asked cautiously just in case. "Renee, did you read the newspaper today?" "The newspaper? Number? Have you heard the rumors? Everyone is talking about them now." "Rumors? I don't really talk to anyone, so I don't care about other people's stories." A broken bar. Irender realized that the innocent girl in front of her is not interested in gossip at all, even though she doesn't have any friends like herself. Renee put his index finger on her lips and thought hard about something. "Well, come to think of it, the atmosphere is a mess unlike usual." "Did anything happen recently?" A broken bar. Yeah, well, there was. Yes, but at the moment she wanted to say more. "Everyone, take your seats." The door of the classroom opened and Mr. Roger came in. Irender had no choice but to give up the dream of becoming a celebrity in the class operation. Shedded tears in her mind. Standing on the platform, Roger opened his mouth, standing upright as always. "The results of the first test are out." All the students who were chatting in their seats kept their mouths shut. When Roger Chulusai stood on the platform, everyone remained silent, which had long been an unwritten rule in Roger's classroom. "It's still quiet today." On the other hand, Roger felt slightly disappointed by the appearance of the students who kept their mouths shut whenever he entered the class. He felt even more so after he heard that other teachers were welcomed with a smile when they entered the classroom. "Did I do something to disappoint the students?" Number. "I taught hard in class, and I made the questions by thinking as hard as I could when I was giving the test questions." Didn't he even say that he would teach their source code that has become his trademark to students at the top of the ranking? Even if he wasn't a generous person, it was enough to be proud that he gave more benefits than the other teachers. And yet this heavy response. "I didn't know there would be such a reaction even when I told them about the test results." The first impression may have been the problem, too. At that time, it was a choice that I was forced to make because it was too sudden to prepare for employment. "I'm sad, but there's nothing I can do." Still, since he intended to do his best in this role during his stay, Roger decided to proceed with the class steadily as always. "As I said before, I'll let you know the results of the first test before we start today's class." The results of their first test in Theon, which would decide their position in the future, were about to come out, but there were no students who reacted rashly. If they do something like that in Roger's class, his sharp eyes will be on them. The entire class results will be posted on the information board by Assistant Sodina after class. "But I'll let you know what you're curious about right now." At Roger's words, the students' eyes lit up with expectation. "I will announce the first to fifth place in the first test. And as I promised earlier, I'll give the source code framework up to fifth place." The students stared at Roger with their mouths shut. If the silence was caused by tension and fear when he first entered the classroom, now they can't even think of speaking because of their extreme concentration and anticipation. "First of all, I will announce the first place." Everyone seems to have predicted who will take the first place in the rankings, and they are probably right. Some of the students' eyes were focused on one girl. "No matter what anyone says, if it's first place, it'll be Floral Umos, who has the title of Genius." HMPH. Floral Umos, the person who received the gaze, remained upright and relaxed as if it was nothing. She also did not doubt that she was first place. First place, Flora Lumos. And as everyone expected, Flora's name came out. The students responded as well, and Flora also raised her nose lightly. She suffered a lot lately, but she used to be like this. And Julia Plumart. A broken bar, a broken bar. The students were shocked when another name came out, and everyone's eyes were on the white-haired girl sitting on one side of the classroom. She still had a mysterious smile on her face. Both are tied for first place with a perfect score of 100 points. When the scores came out of Roger's mouth, the students had no choice but to accept it. If they both got perfect scores, which can be said to be the highest score, they could understand why they were tied for first place. Wow, she's on par with Floral Umos. She came in first place when she entered the school. The tower also supports her, so that's understandable. There was nothing strange about it. Julia Plumart was the top freshman in the class. Still, They couldn't believe she was on par with Flora Lumos. They thought that another genius might have appeared in Theon. Since there are 2 first places, there is no second place, so I'll announce third place right away. Roger's eyes were on one side of the classroom. Aiden, Tracy, and Leo, who received the gaze, swallowed without realizing it. Why is the teacher looking this way? Did we do something wrong? Third place is Tracy Freyad with a score of 98.7 out of 100. What? Aiden and Leo looked back at Tracy at the same time. When her name came out, Tracy Freyad was momentarily absent-minded and clenched her fist. Wow, Tracy. Congratulations. Third place is amazing, right? It's pretty good. Aiden, who was sitting next to her, and Leo, who was sitting in front of her, congratulated Tracy. Huh. Now you know. I'm always like this. Perhaps, as a fallen nobleman, people did not expect that she would take third place, and some nobles stared at Tracy with jealous eyes. Normally, because of her fiery personality, she would have reacted to this and tried to play her part, but she was generous because she was in third place. That's great, Tracy. Your hard work paid off. Hee. Aiden, I can teach you how to study if you want. What do you think? Do you want to do it? Tracy blushed slightly and said to Aiden shyly. At that, Aiden replied with a bright smile. No, it's okay. I can't just interrupt Tracy's studies. A broken bar. Oh, Tracy, why are you doing this all of a sudden? I don't know, you idiot. Aiden was embarrassed to see Tracy suddenly punching him in the forearm. Did he make any mistakes? But as soon as he tried to say sorry, Roger opened his mouth. Next is fourth place. The students held their breath. It's okay up to third place. At least the names that came out now are people who have been famous for a long time. Tracy also ranked second behind Julia in freshman admission, so it was not surprising that she obtained a high grade. But now that those 3 are gone, the classroom is filled with tension for the last 2 places, since anyone could rank 4th or 5th. Who'll it be? Is it me, or him? I can't be as bad as him. The attention of students who all thought alike was focused on Roger, since they didn't intend to miss the last 2 names. Anyone could be nervous when they get this kind of excessive attention, but Roger didn't budge an eye. They've felt this for a long time, but he was a man of steel. Roger's eyes turned to one side of the classroom. Earenda von Exilian. The third princess sat there. The students thought to themselves, the third princess is in 4th place. Of course, it was mostly freshmen's opinion, and some sophomores were quite embarrassed. What? The third princess is 4th in rank? They knew she's quite talented in magic, but isn't that purely in practice? At least in their memory, Earenda didn't even fit in the middle of the overall ranks in her freshman year. Renee is in 4th place with 98 points out of 100. A broken bar. What? No way. And the name that came up was totally unexpected, and Earenda's startled glance was directed at Renee. At least all of the 1st to 3rd places in the rankings so far were aristocrats. Of course, Tracy is a fallen aristocrat, so she is different from ordinary aristocrats, but at least she made other students feel better about it. But isn't Renee a commoner without a surname? Me? Renee, who was involved, seemed quite embarrassed, as if she didn't know her name would come out. She didn't study for a higher ranking, but just did her best at that moment. Roger nodded silently. There was no way Roger would lie, so it was clear that she was 4th in the rankings. Renee felt like she was flying in the sky when she heard her test results. Renee broken bar. You're amazing. Oh, number. What? Earenda seemed quite embarrassed, as she didn't know that Renee would perform so well. At least as a senior, she wanted to show her a great performance, but she fell behind in the theoretical examination. It was both pleasant and quite heartbreaking for her. Other students' reactions were also quite disturbing. This was especially true of aristocratic students, and most of the glaring eyes at Renee were hostile. It was hard to accept that they lost to a commoner. In addition, Renee is the one who caused a commotion by having a conflict with a noble student from the past. At that time, there was nothing wrong with Renee, but the aristocratic students already recognized Renee as an arrogant commoner who dared to confront the aristocracy. As a result, even though she got good grades, their opinion of them wasn't good. Quiet. Roger's voice instantly captured the atmosphere of the classroom. which was about to become noisy. "If you're unhappy with your grades, tell me." None of the students objected to the remark. They couldn't have said they weren't satisfied with this result in front of Roger's face without going crazy. In the end, the aristocratic students decided to let the commoners take 4th place. Then at least in the 5th place, the name of the aristocrat must be included to fill this broken pride. "I'll announce the 5th place." The aristocratic students gulped down. Some even had a cold sweat in their clenched fists. Number 5 is Leo with a score of 94.3 out of 100. Contrary to that expectation, however, it was none other than the commoner Leo who came in 5th. Aiden stared at Leo with wide eyes. This chic blue-haired boy still had a gloomy face, as if he wasn't too impressed with the 5th place. Tracy stammered as she didn't know Leo would finish 5th. What are you?" "That was pretty good." "I did it moderately." "Well, I'm in 3rd place anyway." "You know, I'm different from the 5th place." "Who says what?" The two of them quarreled as usual, but the other students were not as comfortable as Tracy or Leo. 2 of the top 5 positions were held by commoners. In other words, it meant that the aristocratic students who did not make it into the top 5 were inferior to those 2 commoners. Out of all 5 ranks, only 3 were nobles, and one of them was the daughter of a fallen aristocratic family who is not even treated as a noble. Being lower than the commoners is the most shameful thing for aristocrats. "You're looking very blatantly." Leo felt the students' gazes on him since they were all nobles filled with pride, and it was like they were shouting a mere commoner. They couldn't make it to the top of the rankings because they couldn't study, so why are they staring at him? "That's why I don't even want to talk to aristocrats." Leo was not the type to bow down just because his opponent was a nobleman. Therefore, Leo laughed at the students who stared at him as if they were going to kill him. Some aristocrats tried to react in a fit of anger, but they realized they were still in Roger's class. That man, who didn't even care if his opponent was a nobleman, was the object of fear for aristocratic students. After class, the 5 students called can come to my office to receive the framework. "It doesn't matter if you don't come right away, but you have to get it at least before the 2nd test." At the end of the sentence, Roger gave a signal to his assistant Sedina, who stood still beside him. Sedina moved immediately and handed out the paper to the students. It was the class material for today. "So, let's start the class. What I will teach you today is a magic circle based on magic release." The magic circle is the most basic field for a wizard. Right now, they were using the technique of drawing a line connected with magic in a 3-dimensional space, but they drew magic circles much earlier than that. Magic circle. Today's class is surprisingly normal. The magic circle is still useful since talismans and artifacts are made by engraving magic on objects. Since 3-dimensional magic is not suitable for engraving on objects or paper, magic circles were still in the spotlight. Above all, the magic circle lasts longer than the 3-dimensional magic. The magic engraved in the air is a one-time use magic, but as long as the magic circle is engraved, it will last for a long time until its traces disappear. For this reason, the magic circle was still regarded as a basic yet important study for wizards. "Look." Roger immediately drew a circle on the magic board. A circle, which can be said to be simply perfect, is drawn large at the center of the board. Most magic lines are drawn around a circle. It's an old tradition, but it has its own meaning. The reason why the magic circle is drawn in a circle is that this figure means the world itself. In addition, the circle was also a figure containing the firm belief that it protects itself from external forces. Therefore, the magic circle has always been developed by drawing a circle first, then adding a double circle or drawing various shapes inside it. But this is something that everyone knows. "I don't even want to teach such a banal thing." Roger said so and erased the circle he had drawn, and instead he drew another pattern on the magic board. "This is the magic circle I will teach you." The students that looked at the magic board were perplexed. It was understandable because the pattern that Roger created was not a circle that could be called the basis of the magic. "What's that? Is that a magic circle?" It was a figure that cannot be understood with conventional common sense. since it was a square. I had to delete the previous novel because of some issues. That's why the novel updates links didn't work for a while and why the comments disappeared, but don't worry, everything it's fine now. There will be one more release later since I couldn't post yesterday. When the students saw the square shape drawn on the magic board, their reaction was split in half. On one hand was the anticipation to what kind of mysterious magic Mr. Roger would show this time, and on the other hand was the disbelief since they couldn't comprehend what was in front of them. Even though Roger had shown various magics so far, the square magic circle was beyond common sense. The fact that the magic circle is always drawn as a circle has its symbolism, but above all, it is because the circle is the shape through which the power flows most perfectly, whether it's the force that flows from inside to outside or from outside to inside. The curve of the circle helps the flow of power flow smoothly and circulate in the magic circle. However, the figure in which angles exists is different. The magic that flows through the magic circle has a kind of inertia toward the direction it flows. Naturally, the magic that flows in a straight line cannot be bent the moment it encounters an angled corner and escapes to the outside. The leaked magic power gets lost, scatters here and there, collides, and eventually disappears without any effect. No, it would be better if it disappeared, since in severe cases, it may explode. In other words, the magic circle drawn in a circle is the minimum standard to keep the flow of magic stable. However, Roger's square had as many as 4 angles. This means that there are 4 corners where the mana that extends in a straight line will escape. What if you want to block the magic that escapes to the corner and draw a new line there? After all, the straight line drawn on the magic circle must have an end. A circle without an ending is not a magic circle. If you want to draw an endless straight line to reduce the loss of magical power, there will be insufficient space even with a drawing paper the size of a continent. However, the magic circle that Roger drew now is at a level of only 70 or 80 centimeters on one side. There's no way he'd be able to create a pass in that would allow him to use magic effectively. You don't seem to believe me. Roger wasn't unaware of the suspicion in their gazes. He fully expected this reaction from the moment he drew the figure on the magic board. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. The students kept their mouths shut, but they couldn't deny it because they also had basic knowledge and pride as wizards. Some students were convinced that Roger was wrong this time. What are you up to, Mr. Roger? Flora Lumos furrowed her fine brow, trying to grasp Roger's intentions. If it was her usual self, she would have raised her hand immediately and asked a sharp question. However, Flora Lumos once did that and then got scolded by Roger. Afterwards, she sought a few chances, but Roger didn't show any gaps. Even if she wasn't a smart woman, at this point, she had no choice but to realize that the man named Roger Chulusai doesn't talk emptily. Because Flora knew that, she stayed silent even though she had a sullen face. She rather glared at the students who gave her a little anticipatory glance. What do they think of me as? It's not that she didn't understand that they expected her to come forward, but Flora was annoyed for no reason. When it was revealed that she was in a bad mood, the students who made eye contact withdrew their gaze. Flora, who had finished suppressing them, crossed her arms and looked at Roger. Well, that's no way teacher would lie about it. Roger doesn't bring up nonsense, so Flora concluded that there must be a reason for that. 'Cause if it wasn't, I'd be disappointed. So he's going to show us something amazing this time and flatten the noses of those unbelievers. Flora Lumos pretended not to be, but she hid expectations inside. There are students who can't believe it, so let me show you. Roger showed the students a piece of paper that he had brought as class materials. As you can see, what is drawn here is a magic circle. It's like what I drew on a magic board. On the magic board was an ordinary square, but on the paper Roger showed them, there was a square magic circle with several things added besides the square. However, the students felt rather anxious because the shape of the square divided by 5 horizontally and vertically consisting of a total of 25 squares looked more like a chessboard rather than a magic circle. There were letters engraved on an inside and nothing else seemed to have been specially added. I will now imbue this magic circle with mana. Let's start with the manifestation of simple elements. Roger's comments were met with indifference from students. The moment he infuses mana into the square magic circle, the magic circle will not be able to play its role. Everyone pictured the same future in their heads, but a little while after Roger infused mana, the students opened their eyes wide. Light began to flow from the magic circle, and eventually a small flame was lit from the center of the magic circle. Did it work? What the hell happened? It was unbelievable. How did proper magic emerge in a magic circle of angular shapes that did not circulate mana? Some students, including Floral Umos, stared at Roger's magic circle with cold eyes, while most of them seemed to be dazzled as if they were in a dream. As you can see, magic circles made of squares also work well. What do you think is the reason? Floral Umos raised her hand as soon as Roger's question fell, but she wasn't the only one who raised her hand. Renee raised her hand as well, and Flora's gaze naturally turned to Renee. That keyed a broken bar. It took a little while before, but recently, she's been getting more and more attention. Even then, she had visited Mr. Roger's office separately. A broken bar. But Floral Umos' thoughts disappeared the moment Roger opened his mouth. Floral Umos, you raised your hand fast. So answer. Why do you think this square magic circle is working properly? It's a letter. Can you explain it in more detail? The letters are engraved inside a square divided into 5 squares, for a total of 25 squares. That's what helped the magic cycle. Despite Flora's remarks, the prevailing response was that students were still curious. Teacher put letters into the magic circle. Is that possible? To be able to do that with only letters, one must use the ancient languages now known as being lost. The students thought that Flora was wrong, but opened their eyes at Roger's words that followed. You got it right. Is it real? The students' eyes turned to the letters engraved on the magic circle. It's not a sentence, it's a letter. The eyes of the students turned back to Roger as they realized that he brought out a new magic again. Their eyes have changed. Now I am used to the reactions of the students. The last time I showed the source code, they had a similar reaction. At first, they don't believe it, but the moment they accept it, Theon's students turn into a monkfish who craves knowledge. It's only natural because it's a magic circle with a unique shape that they can't see in this world. Because the magic circle I showed my students now was not from this world, but from Earth. It's actually a magic square, not a magic circle. The origins of the magic square can be traced back to Hanara, China, about 4,000 years ago. King Wu, the king of Hanara at the time, accidentally found the shell of a turtle during the Yellow River flood, and the first thing he thought of when he saw the engraved pattern was magic square. The magic square was then introduced to Western Asia, South Asia, and Europe by Persian and Arabian merchants across India and developed in various forms. Now, if you add numbers in any direction with mathematical meaning, the same number comes out, but the origin is closely related to the occult. I owe it to my mother, who was a shaman. I didn't believe in the occult or the supernatural, but I still had to force it into my head because of my mother, so I studied like crazy. I didn't want to learn, but I had a greater sense of opposition to my mother, who told me to be a shaman. I wanted to prove that no matter how perfectly I memorize and study hard, it's useless in the end. That there was no point in doing my best and that she wasted my time. So I wanted to show her that she was wrong. It was a childish move, but I know I had no choice but to act like that then. I think it's only natural that I still acted like that, but at this moment, not just now, but every moment since I was born and lived in this world, I realized that her teachings at that time were not in vain. Mother was not wrong. A broken bar. I felt depressed for no reason, so I decided to focus on the magic circle. The magic circle I used is not a magic circle based on numerology, but Sator's magic circle. Sator, Aeropo, Tenet, Opera, Rotas. These 5 words, engraved in ancient Latin, have the same effect whether they are rotated or read backwards. If the letters are written according to the standard, they're called palindromes. This does not stop at simply matching the meaning of the letters no matter how they are read. A word that has the same meaning even if it is read in the opposite direction and read in different directions literally means cycle, that is, completeness. In other words, even if you do not draw the magic circle in a circle, if you borrow the power of the letters contained in it, the cycle of magic is completed. Even if it's a square-drawn magic circle, You can use it like a normal magic circle if you use the language in it well. Teacher, I have a question. As someone raised their hand to ask, Raja nodded and allowed the question. What is it? Obviously, it's amazing to draw a magic circle using a square. But is there an advantage of doing this compared to the circular magic circles? There is. What is it? It's easy to draw. A broken bar. A broken bar. The student who asked the question received such a clear answer and was speechless. Is it easy to draw? That's all. A broken bar. A broken bar. However, when he tried to refute it, he couldn't think of any words because Raja was right. Raja explained it himself. For students who didn't know yet, as we all know, it takes a lot of effort and practice to draw a magic circle. A circle is a perfect figure, so the moment it goes a little off a broken bar, it loses its strength. The reason why magic circles are still in the spotlight in the artifact business is that not many people are good at drawing magic circles. Anyone can draw on flat ground or neat drawing paper. However, not anyone could engrave a neat circle on an object. Even on a hard surface of a curved object, it has no effect if the shape is out of proportion even just a little. Therefore, the government also granted Meister certificates only to wizards who can engrave these magic circles professionally. But squares are different. Just draw 4 dots at the same distance and connect them in a straight line, and you can easily draw a square anywhere. This is the advantage of the magic square. It's easier to draw than a circle if you concentrate. Even a light eye measurement can tell if it's right or wrong. And it was possible not only for the Meisters, but also for the students. It's an advantage to be able to draw faster and more concisely than the existing magic circle. Is that a good answer? A broken bar. A broken bar. Yes, that's right. Then take a look at the materials I'll hand out. When I made a chin gesture, Sedina moved diligently and handed out class materials to the students. The magic circle drawn as a square is just a simple example, and in reality there are many different types. All the students focused on the material. Various figures were engraved in it, and not only letters, but also numbers that fill the blanks. This magic square can be expressed not only with letters but also with numbers. Of course, the effect will be very small compared to the existing magic circle, but it will be more effective than the existing magic circle in detailed fields. Numbers look at the world with reason, but there is also a mystery in them. Egyptian numerology, geometry in Israel, and even the Pythagorean school of ancient Greece. It gives meaning to a number and evokes mysterious power through an array of numbers. This was something taught on Earth but never appeared in this world. That was the class I was going to teach the students today. 2 hours pass while teaching the students numerology and the magic square. When I came to my senses, the end of the class was just around the corner. Is it time to wrap up? There are 5 minutes left until the class is over. In 5 minutes, I'll erase all the contents of the magic board, so if there are any students who haven't taken notes yet, please finish. I had no intention of finishing class early or extending it. Finish it right on time. This was my motto. Wow, it's already time. Oh. No, I haven't finished writing it down yet. Maybe it's because he made a clear impression of finishing right on time from the first class. But students, realizing that my words were not in vain, hurriedly scribbled their pens. The students who didn't want to miss a single word fell on their desks with exhausted faces after 5 minutes. Ugh! I wrote it all down. If I had missed one, I would not have slept tonight. A broken bar. A broken bar. Their satisfied expressions contrasted the tired voices. I felt proud just to see the smiles made by students who desperately wanted to learn. Yes, that's what learning is all about. The desire to do something, to know something. Learning is a sublime longing that should not be disturbed by anyone. I will announce it in advance. The upcoming second test will be practical and based on today's class. When the word test came out, the students straightened their backs and entered a listening position. The subject is, of course, the magic square I taught this time. As you all have learned, the magic square is not completed by simply drawing one square. This means that magic squares are not drawn using only squares but also triangles, hexagons, and stars. Breaking away from the conventional circle and being able to draw the shape you think of as a magic circle. In other words, It means infinity that is not bound by form. It was because of this expectation that I chose the magic square as the second test for my students. Create your own magic circle through today's lesson. This is both the content of the second test and your task. The students are buzzing at my words. It was not enough to announce the contents of the second practical test already, so it was too absurd to have them create a new magic circle. Most probably thought that even the second test would be a moderately written test. In fact, the academic curriculum basically takes this form. However, I have no intention of following the curriculum. Although it is only a 2-year contract, I intend to do my best during that period. So I am doing the test in my own way. I expect the best results. At the end of that, I left the classroom with my back to the desperate students. After class, Roger posted the report card on the notice board in the classroom, as previously announced, so the students flocked to check their rankings. From 1st to 80th place, the rankings and scores of all students were written on the paper. What's wrong with my score? No, I got this question wrong. I should have done it more calmly. Oh my, I didn't get better than the average score. The average score on the test was 65 out of 100. The top-ranked students scored more than 90 points, but other students did not score more than 80 points, let alone 90 points. As a result, the names of students who failed to make it to the top 5 but exceeded 90 points were inevitably noticeable. 6th place A. Iona Valley, 92 points. 7th place A. Clara Harness, 91 points. A broken bar. Among them, the most eye-catching was the 5th place. 7th place is Rookie of the Alchemy School. Then 6th, who is number 6. When the students first heard the name Iona Valley, they wondered who it was but soon realized who it was and put on a strange expression on their face. Because of her copper-toned skin and height, Iona stood out in many ways. In particular, the animal's ears, which rose above her thick hair. It was a reality that it was hard to accept that Iona, a Suin, ranked 6th in the overall. A Suin is 6th? Does this make sense? I heard that the Suins are a barbaric race that only knows how to fight. The Suins were seen as barbarians who physically solved everything. Unlike some elves and dwarves in human society, most of the male populations were very hostile to humans. It was the aftermath of colonial rule after being defeated by humans in the colonial war in the past. Still, in the southwestern frontier, it was the current reality that a group of Suin robbers appeared. Therefore, public perception of Suins was much worse than that of other species. As students, they couldn't have liked the low-race girl who stared at her ranking with a blank face. They were upset that the commoners were on their heads, but now even a Suin was above them. The aristocratic students glared deathly at Iona Valley. It was unacceptable that a barbaric Suin, not the commoners, took such a high ranking. Honestly, what did you do? That's what I'm saying. How can a barbarian take 6th place? I'm sure you've made some kind of dirty deal. Come to think of it, Dr. Roger said something to everyone else during the class, but he didn't say much to her. The beast's ears on Iona Valley head wiggled at the sound of a murmur from behind. Because her 5 senses were sensitive, she could easily recognize that the students were talking about her. Iona Valley silently watched the students gossip about her expressionless face, before she left her seat. Her attitude rather added fuel to the behavior of the students jealous of her. What? Did you see his eyes just now? She made eye contact with us and left. They stared at Iona's back as she was moving away and exchanged glances without a word. Their eyes gleamed as they nodded. Is this the framework? Leo, who had received a framework from Roger right after class, recalled what had happened in the teacher's office a while ago. Leo, you're the first one. Did he say that he was the first one to come? Roger really gave him the framework as promised. It's only a quarter, but it's definitely a great magic. The framework was only part of the source code, but the structure was very complex and detailed. Is it because it's a technique that makes a formula? Leo, who was confident in, tried to analyze it but just gave up. This alone is not enough. I need to collect all 4 to complete the formula, so it's practically useless to analyze it right away. It was only then that he understood why Roger just gave these to students, because it didn't matter if the framework formula was leaked. It was impossible to reverse the complete source code equation with the framework. You can't tell what a person looks like or what kind of life he or she lived just by shaking hands. Anyway, how can he make this kind of magic and just give it to students? Mr. Rudiculously, what the hell was he doing? At first, I thought he was just an ordinary fallen aristocrat. There have been many people in the past who want to restore their old reputation and rebuild their fallen family or make a name for themselves by becoming a teacher at Theon. But Rudiculously was different. He made a name for himself, but the way he did it was very different from those of his predecessors. The others raised the value of their names by appealing that they became teachers at Theon, but Roger was the opposite. He showed his extraordinary talent as if it was only natural for him to become a teacher at Theon. Even before that, it was said that his achievements were quite good. In fact, seeing his abilities in person, the past evaluations seem to have been underestimating him. With that level of skill, he didn't seem to have to come into the right place. The title of Theon teacher seems like a shackle to him. It's funny that he's a fallen aristocrat. If I were that good, I would have rebuilt my family already. Leo was so sure that Mr. Rudiculously is definitely someone who has something to hide. The werewolf crisis at that time, and the coordinate designation magic that was shown in class, there are more than one or two suspicious parts. According to a secret investigation, Roger showed great performance in the recent terrorist incident at the banquet. No matter what, he's too competent for a new teacher. He's definitely a character of interest to watch out for. While heading to the place where he was supposed to meet Aiden, Leo found a disturbance on one side. What is that? What are they doing over there? Leo stopped and narrowed his eyes. Two boys and two girls surrounded one girl. It was the noble students that Leo hated the most. And being surrounded by the noble as a broken bar is at Ionia Valley. Being a beast girl, Leo also remembered her. There was no way that he wouldn't know the most noticeable person in the classroom. Come to think of it, when I roughly looked through the ranks, she was 6th, right? He remembered the 6th place ranking. Right below him was Iona. It was also quite impressive that her score was over 90 points. It seems she studied quite hard for a Suin. Leo immediately understood why those nobles surrounded Iona. Are you messing with an easy target because you can't admit that you're worse than her? That's a smug aristocratic way of thinking. Such behavior of the nobles did not happen for a day or two. Leo thought for a moment. He couldn't just pass by after discovering such a situation. If something happens later on, I'll be the only one who feels uncomfortable. If it was him in the past, he would have just passed by without seeing anything, but now it is different. TSK. That idiot Aiden personality infected me. There is nothing I can do. Leo thought it was better to intervene appropriately for now. He, who looked at the scene with that thought in mind, hardened his face as if he felt something. His steps accelerated. Hey, does that even make sense? Why is a smelly Suin taking the same class as we are? It's disgusting. Ionia Valley, who saw the students chatting in front of her, still looked puzzled. When her face had not changed for a while, the noble students were a little embarrassed and annoyed. It felt as if this arrogant Suin were ignoring them. You know that? A savage like you has no place to complain even if you are harmed. As if to prove that it was not just a verbal threat, a male student, who was the leader, raised his mana. The electric current ripples through the palm of the hand. Iona stared silently at the scene. Did you get it? Iona's mouth, which had been quiet so far, opened for the first time. If I don't get it, what will you do? Iona was still expressionless, but the aristocratic student who was threatening her felt some kind of anxiety at the sight. You filthy savage. Let's stop. Okay. At that moment Leo appeared and everyone's eyes were on him. Who are you? That's it. Or do you want to go all the way? What? That would be fun. The four of you persecuted one in a group and even threatened her other with magic. I've seen it all. You're a broken bar. You know that teachers are also keeping a close eye on the arrogant attitude of aristocratic students these days, right? Don't you remember Giovanpelio? He dropped out not too long ago. Do you want to be like him? Leo constantly muscled the aristocratic students. Well, if you don't mind that, you can do what you just did. You'll have to be prepared for it. I'm going to get a framework from Mr. Rudiculously now. A broken bar. When the name Rudiculously came out, Aristocratic students opened their eyes wide. No matter how fearless they are, the fear of Roger was deeply embedded. From the beginning of the semester, when Roger had made a move he never let go even if his opponent was a noble. Unknowingly, Roger was a celebrity among aristocratic students. He could even criticize floral humors relentlessly. So what can they do? Leo smiled. Why don't you keep doing it? Aren't you supposed to do something more? You're just a commoner good at studying. Nothing will change. Then please don't let me show off. A broken bar, let's go. The frowning aristocratic students left. Leo looked at their disappearing backs and talked to himself. Phew. I can't do anything by myself, but I have a lot of pride. A broken bar, why did you help me? Iona Valley couldn't help but ask Leo. She never thought she would get help from this classmate, who is one head smaller than herself. Leo kicked his tongue as if it were a silly question. Help? Don't get me wrong, I didn't come out because I was afraid of what might happen to you. Leo sighed angrily, looking at the Suin girl staring at him with an innocent stare that he still doesn't know what it means. He stood with his arms folded in a crooked position and stared at Iona. If I hadn't stepped in a moment ago, you were going to kill them. Leo didn't intervene because he was worried about the girl in front of him. It was rather the opposite. How did you know? How can you not know when you are showing it openly? Of course. The idiots just now didn't even know the blade was near their necks. I didn't mean to kill them. I was just going to set an example. Oh, really? So you meant to kill at least half? A broken bar, so, what are you going to do now? Leo frowned at Iona's wary question. She did not seem to realize it, but before she knew it, her golden pupils were vertically divided, like a beast. Hey! Don't stare at me like that. Do you think I was trying to blackmail you? Weren't you? No, I wasn't. Then why did you stop me? I shouldn't say anything. But if you are going to do it, at least don't do it in public in broad daylight. A broken bar. Iona's eyes returned back to normal. She looked at the little boy, who spoke with annoyance before her, with a questioning stare. Leo was furious at the gaze. What? Aren't you scared of me? Leo suddenly wondered what it was, but immediately understood why she asked this question. Did you think I discriminate against you because you're a Suin? Most people here hate me or are scared of me. That's because they don't know anything. Leo answered grumblingly. He wasn't like that originally, but after hanging out with Aiden, his personality changed. Fear comes from ignorance. On the contrary, if you know something, you don't have to be afraid of it. You said your name was Iona Valley, right? Yes. You're a Suin but have a surname, so you must be from a very powerful family. Considering that the average Suin is hostile to humans, your coming here is probably not the will of the whole tribe. Right. Nevertheless, coming to Theona broken bar. Iona listened to Leo in silence. There was even a feeble expectation to what the little boy was saying. You're here to learn about humans and about the wider world, aren't you? A broken bar. Iona was silent at Leo's words because everything he said was correct. Right, how the hell did you know? Well, that's easy to understand. I've heard how the Suins live. It's amazing. Ordinary people think of us as barbarians. That's because there's still less information about ethnic groups. Now racial discrimination law is about to be implemented, but the dirty aristocrats are desperately trying to prevent it. Leo's tongue twitched as if his teeth were grinding just by thinking of the nobles. For him, who loathed the nobles, it was natural to stand against racial discrimination, which the nobles hated the most. So, don't get me wrong because I only helped you because I don't like them. Bekina Solder, you are a good person. What? You are a good man. A broken bar. No, not that. What one said before, Bekina. What does that mean? Bekina Solder. It's our tribal language. In your words, it means little brave warrior. What? A vein popped on Leo's forehead at Iona's honest words. She only complimented purely, but what she said touched Leo's heart. Hey, I'm warning you, don't say that I'm small or something. Why? Because. Are you asking because you really don't know that? Leo tried to say, look at me. There is nothing more miserable than to explain it with your own mouth. Leo was always shorter than children his age due to the lack of proper nutrients from an early age. Born to be small and unable to eat much, he had no choice but to have a small body, which was nothing short of Leo's complex. "Are you saying that even after seeing my condition?" Iona also noticed the meaning of Leo's words. "I do not understand. Why are you so obsessed with such trivial things?" "It's trivial?" Leo laughed at the remark. "That's because you're a Suin. Suin people are naturally tall and have superior physical abilities. Do you even know how small people feel? It doesn't matter if you're short or tall. It's the strength of the heart that counts." "The strength of the heart? What kind of fairy tale are you talking about?" Leo stared at Iona with suspicious eyes, but her expression was more serious than before. Those unshakable eyes were telling him that Iona was serious now. "Bekina Solder, you just helped me even though it was a dangerous situation where I could have fought other students. If I would have left it alone, something worse would have happened. Besides, it was just because I hated them. If you were a really bad person, you would have left me alone. Rather, you could have encouraged me to harm the nobles." A broken bar. Each word of Iona penetrated Leo's heart. Leo felt something ticklish on his skin. It seemed unpleasant but somehow pleasant, which was quite a familiar sensation. Yes, it was similar to the sense he had often felt since he was close to Aiden, the idiot who's uselessly nice and nosy. "So you don't have to worry too much about being small." A broken bar. Okay. Leo sighed while getting angry at Iona, who immediately closed her mouth when he said it was okay. "Just call me Leo." "What?" "I mean my name. I'm not Bekina Solder. If you are going to call me in the future, please call me by my name from now on." All right. Anyway, I'm done with my business, so I'll go." Leo tried to leave, waving his hands moderately. He thought he'd feel weird if he was with her for no reason. "Doesn't it matter if you're short? What's important is the strength of your heart." He laughed at the words, but ironically, they were the words that most penetrated Leo's essence and comforted him. The fact that she was comforted by the manly girl who came alone to a faraway country touched Leo's long-hurt pride. She doesn't seem to care about that. He didn't intend to pretend to know much after anyway, so he just pretended he didn't. Leo's footsteps, which were moving with that intention, recognized who was approaching from a distance and stopped at the welcome cry. "Oh, Leo, you're here." Aiden was approaching him with a smile like a big dog, and next to Aiden was Tessie with a coy expression. "Aiden, I'm on my way back from receiving the framework with Tessie." "Oh, of course not me, Tessie. But when I heard that you received it first, I thought you might be nearby, so I followed you right away." A broken bar. While speaking, Aiden found Iona standing behind Leo. "Oh, come to think of it, your name is a broken bar. Iona?" "It's Iona Valley." "Oh, I see. Nice to meet you, Iona." "Hey, Aiden, what are you doing, huh?" "She's a friend who listens to the same lecture." Leo's face twisted at the word friend. "What do you mean friends? We're just classmates." "Isn't that a friend?" "What do you mean a broken bar?" Do you want to come with us if you don't mind? We're supposed to have lunch together." "Since we're eating together, it's better, right?" He already knew that Aiden was nosy, but Leo didn't expect he would say something like that. Leo looked back at Iona with a slightly uneasy look. "Well, wait a minute, Aiden. You want her to go with us?" "That's not right, is it?" Tracy also tried to dissuade Aiden. "Huh? Why? It's just that it's kind of weird to eat all of a sudden with someone you're not close to." A broken bar. At Aiden's innocent face, Tracy shoved the words into her throat. It wasn't because she was scared or hated the Suin people. It was just that she didn't want Aiden to naturally encourage another girl to eat with him. "Wait, why don't you like me?" When Tracy, who didn't understand why he was annoyed, was torn, Aiden waited for Iona's answer. Iona nodded to Aiden's suggestion. "Good. Really? That's a relief. Let's go together. It will definitely be more fun if there are many people." "Oh, this." Tracy and Leo, who couldn't find the right time to stop Aiden, exclaimed with regret. But it was already spilled water. This was the moment when a new member was added to the usual Three Musketeers. Eliza Willow was constantly busy processing the paperwork that filled the president's office. The documents floating around with mana circled around Eliza, and her golden eyes moved quickly and scanned the passing documents at once. Several pens emerged and signed the documents. Normally, she would have done it with ease, but the amount of documents that she has received has more than tripled recently, so if she doesn't do this, the work will not be finished. The morning work ended only when the floating documents piled up one by one and approached the high ceiling of the president's office. Phew! Eliza stretched out her arms vigorously and Wilford, who had been waiting calmly, approached. "Are you done with your work?" "Not yet. I've only done half of it, but I'm going to rest a little now." "You're going through a lot." "I've prepared myself to be in the position of president, but I can't deny that it's been particularly difficult because of recent events." Elisha grumbled but grabbed some of the papers she had set aside and waved them. "I'm telling you, I don't know why they're asking for help with a case they have to deal with." It was a direct request from the city of Leatherville to Theon. "Is the situation that serious?" "It's certainly a big deal that the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vod has appeared, but that doesn't mean they should just ask for help. Not just students, but graduates and teachers with whom they have connections." Eliza let out an irritating sigh and wrinkled her forehead. "That's a little too much." "It seems they're in a hurry." "How can they be lazy when such an incident occurred?" "Even so, they have crossed the line." The atmosphere in Leatherville was quite chaotic after the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vod appeared. Citizens were afraid that the blood nightmare would suddenly come back, and as a result, the vitality of the city itself was bound to decrease. But isn't it better now? Hopefully. I didn't know that they would have the support of the British Kingdom. After calling for help from the capital, a group appeared in Leatherville. The people who wore white uniforms were not from the Exilian Empire, but from an island country far away. The Holy Knights of Bretis, with white and warm energy, they immediately roamed the city, reassuring and invigorating the citizens. "Isn't that a relief?" "It will be fine for now." "But the problem is the British Kingdom has started moving." "That's true." The image of British would usually be reverent and beautiful, but in reality, it was not. British was an outdated nation and their true self emphasizes a doctrine and makes people reluctant because of excessive fanaticism. Therefore, the first emotion she felt when she heard that the British Holy Land supported Leatherville was anxiety, not relief. "If the atmosphere in the city is bad, we will be affected, too." No matter how much Theon is recognized as a separate administrative district, it can't be completely separated from Leatherville. The students and the employees were quite upset, too. That's why the paperwork has increased a lot. "Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do at once." "Well, then, since you're taking a break, would you like to see this?" "What's that?" Eliza looked at the paper Wilford handed her, and her eyes stood out. "Oh, this is Roger's class material." "Yes." "Thank you for taking care of me, Wilford." Eliza smiled and checked Roger's class materials handed over by Wilford. Recently, Eliza has a hobby to relieve work stress and relax, and that hobby was to directly check Roger's class materials. It was her favorite thing possible under the authority of the president. Wow! Such a magic circle. Just a moment ago, Eliza, who was frowning and organizing the documents, began to check the materials joyfully like a child who received candy. As she read Roger's class material, Eliza's smiling face grew serious. She picked up her pen as if she had been possessed by something, brought a suitable piece of paper nearby, and began to write down the formula. The paper was quickly filled with dense letters and Eliza instinctively waved her hand in search of another piece of paper. Wilford, watching the scene, straightened out the papers that were still piled up so as not to disturb her. "This is because if left as it is, Eliza would use even the documents that have not yet been checked as a notebook. It's going to take a long time." Eliza was now in focus mode. She, who entered that state, can't react no matter what happens next to her because she was a wizard before she was the president. Wilford shook his head. She seemed to be having a hard time these days, so he brought Roger's class materials, but looking at the current situation, the afternoon work had to be postponed until tomorrow. "It's been a long time since I've seen the president concentrate." Eliza has previously looked at other teachers' class materials, but she has only had a momentary interest and has never been very impressed. She has reached a level too high to aspire and enjoy something. But she's changed a little bit since she recently solved the first test questions from Roger's. Others don't seem to know yet, but Wilford, who has been with Elisha for a long time, knew. Eliza, who has always been busy, has recently developed a new kind of energy, and she has more leeway. It was all thanks to the new teacher. Even so, his class materials intrigue her. I knew he was an extraordinary man from the first meeting, but he was even greater than I thought. Wilford, a former knight, didn't know much about magic. However, he was proud that he had an eye for magic as much as a wizard because of his experience and his years of living in Eliza. Even in Wilford's view, Roger's class materials were quite high level, but looking at Eliza's reaction, it must have been more than he thought. Oh, my. Is it because I'm old, too? I don't have the same eye. Still, it was enough for the lady to be happy. Wilford thought so and sat quietly. Only the sound of pen tips crossing the paper echoed quietly in the president's office for 3 hours after Eliza finally stopped. Oh, look at me. After checking the clock on the wall, Eliza belatedly realized that she had abandoned her work and was too immersed in magic. However, rather than regret, she was full of freshness. Are you done? Oh, I'm sorry. I've delayed too much, haven't I? Wilford shook his head with a benevolent smile. That's all right. It's better for me to see that you look a little relieved. It's different these days. I don't think it's ever been like this before. Isn't this a good change? The president also needs time to catch her breath. Yes, well, Anyway, a broken bar. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Roger. Eliza stared with pride at the magic circle she created based on Roger's class materials. A magic circle that's not drawn as a circle. Even the way in which numbers were put into the figure to express power was quite amazing. The square magic circle is not completely impossible. In fact, it has been tried many times in the past, but it never worked properly in her memory. Wizards did not invest much in anything other than the circle when dealing with the magic circle. It takes countless trials and errors to get a proper effect, which resulted in no satisfactory results compared to the investment. As a result, it has become an established theory that the magic circle is drawn in a circle because it's the most optimized, and it's the most popular, so the development of the magic square was stopped. But this is the finished product that people who went through all kinds of trial and error at that time might have finally reached. How the hell did Mr. Roger Tulasai find out about this? The only thing that comes to her mind right now is the idea that Roger is truly a gifted man. There couldn't have been an answer other than that in the first place. It's amazing. First the source code and now the square magic circle. He could have won wealth and honor by just entering the tower or the imperial family. Why did such a person come to Theon as a teacher? Theon name value is not insufficient, but it does not mean that there is no position higher than Theon. In Eliza's eyes, Roger was a person who could take a seat anywhere. Nevertheless, he came here because he wanted to work as a teacher. Just teaching these valuable materials to students shows it. There is no way that one can easily give others the path he has pioneered. Everyone can be selfish, and even if they give something, they want a corresponding reward. It would have been normal for a fallen aristocrat to risk his life more for personal success, but he didn't. Mr. Roger, what the hell, a broken bar? A broken bar. She was also proud to be in a place where she sacrificed for the students. As the president, she was satisfied that she was doing her best in Theon. So the more she compared herself to Roger, the more embarrassed Eliza became. What did I do when I said it was for Theon and for the students? She thought that she deserved a reward for her hard work, and that she deserved praise because she was in a position of sacrifice. What an arrogant person she was. After all, she is also not much different from a human being who is deeply absorbed in her appearance for others. I'm still lacking. It is meaningless for her to think on her own. What matters is, after all, practice. Isn't it the basis of development to show what she's decided with action? Let's take a step forward. With that determination, Eliza immediately took a document out of the desk drawer and filled in her name. President, I'll ask you a favor. Please pass the official letter here to the teachers. What official letter are you talking about? I'm going to change the academic schedule. I would like to hold the Magic Festival, held at the end of the semester, right after the second test. Is a traditional festival that has shared Theon's long history. Originally, the festival was still far from being held, and Eliza was planning to advance it with the authority of the president. Will you be okay? It is more helpful to hold such a festival in times like these days. Other than that, I'm sure there will be people who will protest, but that'll be fine. I'll take care of everything. With a definite answer, Wilford no longer asked Elisha. "All right, I'll send the official letter right away." "Yes, please." Roger, who was reviewing class materials in his office, tilted his head crookedly when he saw an official letter that suddenly came down. "The Magic Festival will be moved up. The president seems to be trying to hold the festival earlier than usual." At Sedina's words, Roger suddenly tried to say, "Why?" but stopped. The atmosphere of Leatherville has not been good recently, and it was spreading to Theon. It was not a bad choice to open the festival early and refresh the atmosphere. However, he thought it was unexpected because it happened so suddenly without discussion in advance. At least the president he knew wasn't someone who improvised. "Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if the festival is held, it has nothing to do with him." On the contrary, the number of days with classes decreased, so it became more comfortable for him. Although the number of classes is tight, there will be no problem thanks to teaching the square magic circle. At this rate, winning a bonus is a piece of cake. Thinking about the amount of bonuses from Theon made Roger feel better for no reason. He also had an excellent material called Magic Square, so the evaluation material of the students for the upcoming test was already done. However, when he remembered that there was still a lot of things to be dealt with, his excitement dimmed down. The festival is his festival, and he hasn't decided what to do with First Order Esmeralda yet. It's a lot of pressure to remove her in advance. If I assassinate the First Order without revealing my identity, the Black Dawn will discover that they have a traitor in the midst, and the most likely suspect would be himself, the First Order. He already knew how they dealt with traitors, so he had to be more careful. When Esmeralda moves in earnest, I'll have to reveal her identity and Theon will take care of her. It's not that difficult. The only problem was when Esmeralda would be moving. I'll see the opportunity. The moment when she will be the most active. Esmeralda previously summoned the Supreme Spirit of Fire when there were many people gathered. From that experience, the next opportunity for Esmeralda to move was fixed. It looks like a suitable plate has been laid at the right time. Roger stared at the official letter about the Magic Festival. His reason and intuition whispered at the same time. I'm sure Esmeralda will move during the festival. But there was a lack of information, and the part that was strangely annoying was when she would act. Rotten Great Fire. Roger recalled that she was a survivor of the Great Fire along with two others. There were still a few puzzle pieces that had not yet been put together. Everything must be done to perfection. In order to reduce the variables, I have to go to Roding as soon as possible. As he thought so, he heard a knock on the office door. Come in. As soon as Roger's words fell, the door was opened cautiously and it was Ash Gray's short hair that was sticking out. Hello. Is it Renee? Are you here to get the framework? Yes. As Renee walked into the office, she saw Sedina and nodded her head lightly as a greeting. Of course. Sedina pretended not to see her greeting and concentrated on her paperwork. Come closer. Yes. As Renee approached, Roger raised his palm and the framework floated over it. The white framework, which was made of countless lines of mana, looked like a crystal made up of magic. Put your hand here. As Roger ordered, she brought her palm to the framework, and the large framework softly shone and permeated over Renee's palm. Oh, that's it? Yes. Remember the composition of the magic formula. You'll need it when you put the rest of the pieces together later. I won't let you know even if you come back later because you forgot, so remember that. Yes. Renee stared at her right hand while clenching and opening her fist. Contrary to what she expected, the process itself felt empty. She vowed not to forget the magic of the framework that permeated her body through her palm. The process is over, so you can leave now. Mr. Roger. What's wrong? Well, yeah, broken bar. Renee tried to say something, but she made eye contact with Roger and closed her mouth. Oh, number. Nothing. In the end, the words that squeezed out her lips were all evasive and she immediately left Roger's teacher's office as if running away. In the end, I couldn't ask. As she left the teacher's office and trudged down the hallway, she kept looking back in regret. But even if she went back now, she didn't have the courage to ask Roger. So she decided to wait for the next opportunity. Maybe it's a good thing she didn't ask now because his assistant was inside. Renee, Senior. Renee ran into Irenda, who was passing by just in time. A broken bar. What a coincidence. Where are you going now? If you don't mind, why don't we have dinner together? Earenda said so and stared at Rene with an anticipative gaze. In fact, she was looking for Rene. Earenda, who recently couldn't eat with her junior, needed to heal her mind, but her expectations were brutally shattered by what Rene had said. I'm sorry senior, I have a previous engagement for dinner tonight. A broken bar, huh? Earenda's face changed, as if she had been struck in the back of the head by a hammer. Earenda shook her hands. Her complexion was as pale as a person who heard a secret that should never be heard. Are you okay? What's wrong? You don't look well. Yeah, I'm afraid so. Earenda managed to answer, but as she spoke, she felt something black wriggling up inside her. To be honest, Earenda was feeling betrayed by Rene. You are my soulmate. The cry that could not be uttered fluctuated in her heart. Junior Rene is kind, and even pretty. Obviously, there was nothing strange about having a friend who ate with her. Earenda thought that the reason why she couldn't admit it was because she was lacking. Well, still, I was going to tell you what happened at the Kunst auction house while we were eating together. She had already drawn the entire script in her head to tell the story. Now she only needed someone to listen to it, but she couldn't believe she had a setback here. The unbelievable reality made Earenda cry. Well, by the way, Junior Rene. Yes, the person who eats with you. A broken bar. Who is it? Well, that's a broken bar. Rene hesitated to answer because the person she had the appointment with was Fuden Ulberg. Fuden avoided the gaze of her people, because he was a simple person who took care of his own garden, and she was the only one who knew his secret. I want you to keep things here a secret. That was what Fuden asked her. If she speaks Fuden's name here, she will become a light-mouthed person who freely talks about other people's secrets. Earenda was shocked again when Rene kept her mouth shut. That nice, innocent Junior Rene kept the person she eats a secret from her. This is a man. I'm sure it's a man. Earenda was convinced that it was a man who was eating with Rene. Her judgment was made in a fit of anger, but it was surprisingly accurate. Earenda opened her eyes and hurried to control her facial expression. Is that so? Since you're busy it can't be helped. I'm sorry, senior. Let's eat together tomorrow. Of course. And I'm not a narrow-minded person who gets upset about things like this. You know, right? I'm not offended or anything. What? It's just a broken bar. It's just that. Oh, yes. At the sight of Earenda talking with a smile, Rene nodded and was relieved. It's a relief that you understood with a big heart. Still, I thought it would be a little awkward, but maybe because she was a senior and a princess, she was considerate of Rene and had a broad mind. See you tomorrow. Yes. Goodbye. Rene nodded at Earenda, who was waving her hand, and disappeared through the hallway with staggering footsteps. Earenda, who was waving her hand to Rene, stood still as if time had stopped as soon as her figure disappeared from view. Is Junior Rene going to eat with a guy? Earenda thought. Due to her character, there's no way she could have approached someone first. That being said, it is highly likely that the male side approached her first. A situation was pictured in Earenda's mind at once. Clearly, a wolf-like guy seduced my naive Junior Rene. There were not a few male students who were aiming for Rene. Since she was a commoner, there were many aristocratic male students aiming for her. No matter how much Rene lifts a wall and hides her secrets, she cannot stop everyone who approaches. I can't stay like this. I have to do something to help my junior. Earenda was filled with a sense of justice since Rene was her first friend since she came to Theon. Her friend was about to go the wrong way, and she couldn't just stay and watch it happen. Earenda followed Rene in secret. There, Rene had just left her main building and was heading towards the park. The park, it's the best place for students to secretly have an affair. Earenda knew that there were many such cases. She followed after Linnaeus, feeling her uneasy imagination gradually becoming a reality. How dare you, shameless fellow. Let me see your face. As she thought so, she saw Rene going to the remote forest adjacent to the park. Earenda became impatient and thought about going to stop Rene right now or wait. Oh, no. While thinking about it for a while, Rene entered into the forest. Earenda hurriedly followed her trail and headed for the forest. After walking for a while, Earenda found a small open space in the forest and stopped her footsteps. Is there an open space in this place? On one side of the artificially open space there was a flower bed presumably planted by someone, and Rene, whom she was pursuing, was standing in the center of the open space waiting for someone. That means that the person who promised to eat with Rene was here. Where are you? It was then that the voice came from behind Earenda, who was hiding behind a tree and looking around. Who are you? What are you doing here? Earenda, who looked behind her in haste, was startled, and her eyes widened as she recognized who spoke to her. Are you Frida Nullberg? A broken bar, the third Princess Earenda? Frida Nullberg squinted at Earenda with a cold impression. I wondered who came here secretly like a mouse. What are you doing here? No, why are you here anyway? Frida shook his head as he tried to answer. There seems to be no reason for me to explain it. What? Senior, did she hear the two of them talking? Rene, who was waiting in the open space, approached. She saw Fruden and was about to say hello, but when she saw that Earenda was there, she stopped. Why is Senior Earenda here? Then she turned her head and alternated between Fruden and Earenda, and strange silence fell between the three. So, Earenda, who sat on a mat, glanced at Fruden with a suspicious look. Are you saying that this open space and flowerbed were taken care of by you, and that Junior Rene meets and eats with you? Is there anything wrong with that? Fruden answered bluntly, picking up the food from his lunchbox. Rene, who suddenly got involved in the fight between the two, kept quiet. She thought about what to do with the situation and opened her mouth cautiously. What brings you here, Senior Earenda? Earenda flinched at her question. She hesitated, avoiding Lion's gaze. Well, that's because I was worried that you were suddenly heading to the park when you said you were eating a broken bar. I see. Rene immediately understood why Earenda followed her. If an acquaintance went to the forest to eat, she would have a similar idea, but Fruden snorted and refuted Earenda's words. You're making lame excuses. That's why you don't have any friends. What? I'm not without friends. Saying that she had no friends, Earenda slammed her palms on the floor. Fruden's words were tantamount to digging through her unhealed wounds. Then what the hell are you doing, Ulberg? It's uncharacteristic of you to cultivate a cute flower bed in a place like this. You're totally different from your usual image. Fruden frowned at Earenda's counterattack. A broken bar, don't gossip about other people's hobbies. I never dreamed that the cruel wolf had such a girlish taste. I think a princess like you should have a girlish taste. What? The appearance of the two growling at each other was, no matter how much she looked at it, that of a grudge. Fruden shook his head. If we talk like this, we will only consume each other's mind. That's the same for me. Let's go our separate ways. A broken bar. Why are you eating my packed lunch? While saying that, Earenda had been eating the food that Fruden had packed for a while. She, who suddenly stopped at his words, decided to shamelessly go all out since she came all the way here anyway. What if Junior Rene's food doesn't taste good? As a senior, I have to eat to check it out. Fruden put on an absurd expression at the attitude of this shameless princess. It wasn't like she was checking if a king's food was poisoned. Even more ridiculous was that Earenda, the princess, says she will check the food for Rene, the commoner. Shouldn't the situation be the other way around? Because you're so obsessed, you don't have any friends. What a broken bar. Earenda tried to shout out loud, but she closed her mouth since Rene was staring at her from the side. I've been feeling this for a long time, but Senior Earenda, a broken bar, you don't have any other friends? What are you talking about? I don't have any friends? Isn't that so? No, you saw it properly, Rene. Sadly, this helpless third princess is a poor person who couldn't even make a proper friend. We're broken bar. Earenda glared as if to kill him, but Fruden only shrugged. When Rene heard that, she didn't understand the situation. Why is Earenda unpopular when she's a princess? If you're in a high position, don't people approach you? If you're curious about why, It's simple. It's purely because of Eileen the first princess that Earendra the third princess became like that. If it's the first princess a broken bar, first princess Eileen von Exilian. She remembered Earendra warning her that she was a very dangerous and scary person. What's wrong with that? It happened because the status of the first princess was so firm. Let's stop talking about useless things, right? Earendra retorted not to say any more. But Fuden had no intention of doing so. He was also quite annoyed that a guest he didn't invite came to his nest. In ordinary families, it is common for children to argue over the right to inherit. In severe cases, there are fights on a national basis. Just looking at the civil war in Northern Kingdom of Utah right now, that's true. The battle between the prince's faction and the princess's faction sparked wars across the Kingdom of Utah, resulting in many casualties. But very rarely, there is no need for such pointless disputes. What do you mean? If there is a firm next generation heir? Earendra let out an uncomfortable murmur. However, she did not say anything to refute because everything Fuden said was true. The first princess, Eileen, is an undisputed figure to become the next emperor because she's got everything as a ruler. A broken bar. Fuden once faced Eileen in a banquet at the Imperial Palace. The feeling she felt at that time was like looking into an endless abyss in the sea. It was like something other than a human being that was contained in empty eyes that was completely unknown. As a result, other people's positions are bound to become ambiguous. In general, fights between heirs to the throne were supported by the nobles and it was normal for them to develop into factional fights. However, if there is an overwhelming heir, such factions do not even form. Since everyone bets only on the winner, fighting has no meaning. As the first princess received overwhelming support, the position of the remaining heirs became ambiguous. The nobles did not have to risk being attached to another heir. It was enough just to swear allegiance to the first princess. Of course, even so, the strong background of the third princesses will still be quite attractive to other nobles. If they marry a princess, they can maintain a closer relationship with the imperial family. That's true, isn't it? But that was also cancelled by the first princess. I don't know why, but she decided not to throw away her siblings, but rather to embrace them. If someone else did this, they might have been told they are crazy, but since it was Eileen the situation was different. She's not embracing us. She just needs toys to play with, Earendra retorted with emotion. But Fuden did not answer it. Anyway, the first princess will be the next emperor, so there are no aristocrats who do things outside her eyes. It was for this reason that Earendra was treated like a nobleman within Theon. The aristocrats did not even approach the third princess because the act of making friends with her could offend first princess. Conversely, the common people were not able to approach her because they felt burdened by her high status as the third princess. The third princess didn't know that, and said she would make friends when she was a freshman, so she went around everywhere, such as club activities or volunteer activities. I couldn't imagine how uncomfortable other students would have been. As Fuden words continued, Earendra's head turned downward. In the end, the past she had been desperately trying to hide was revealed. The noble third princess was actually a loner who couldn't make any friends. Earendra couldn't bear to raise his head in shame. Renee felt sorry for her, so she opened her mouth to defend her somehow. Then was the first princess that great since she was young? Surprisingly, that's not the case. There were times when she too was alone without any supporters. At that time, there were nobles who showed blatant disturbing movements. They viewed the first princess's talent as dangerous and plotted a plot to oust her. But all those nobles disappeared without realizing their purpose. They disappeared. I don't know the details. It happened a long time ago and it's strictly confidential. However, there is a warning that was secretly spread among the nobles. It was at that time that Earendra, who had been listening, started talking again. Beware of the shadow of the first princess. There is no place that the shadow of the first princess can't reach. Fuden and Renee's eyes turned to her. Earendra's face was faint but frightened. If you face the shadow, you will surely die. What is that? The taboos circulating among the nobility. It may not sound funny, but I had no choice but to say it this way. This is why no one can disobey my sister. The First Princess. The story of the shadow of the first princess was quite famous among the nobles. After the Marquis of Tetperon, the de facto ruler of the military in the past, was mysteriously killed at his home, which was like an iron fortress, his military unit was torn into small pieces. However, the clever nobles did not miss where the power of the Marquis of Tetperon was absorbed. In the hands of the first princess, Eileen von Exilian, Frieden had no choice but to laugh inside. The death of the Marquis of Tetperon, known to the public, was a natural death due to old age, but no one believed it. Probably from then on she showed her talent in earnest because she was capable but lacked her own hands. The first princess, who dominated the nobles with overwhelming charisma and intelligence, gradually interfered with the finances and did what the current emperor could not do without failure. The nobles, who were still wary of the first princess, had no choice but to pledge allegiance to her because they knew what happened to the nobles that tried to disobey her. There was a sharp sword in the shadow of the first princess that was waiting quietly to be swung. Naturally, the nobles were afraid since they didn't know when the blade in her shadow would slice down their necks. They couldn't even defend themselves since the opponent was the one who killed the Marquis of Tetperon. He was so cautious that he maintained a tight security even when he ate a small meal since he had so many enemies. But in the end he died. He was not even killed while walking around outside, but was found dead in his room, the safest chamber in the mansion. So the nobles were afraid of the first princess' shadow. The shadow wasn't active since the incident, but all the nobles know that she could use it anytime she wished. Eileen, who was not disturbed by anyone, gradually expanded her power, and now she has taken the position of a firm absolute ruler that no one can oppose. After hearing the whole story, Lion was surprised. She heard that the first princess was dangerous and scary, but she, a commoner, could not know that there would be such details. Naturally, she realized why Earenda was treated like that even though she was a princess. Signora Broken Bar, you've had a hard time. As expected, Junior Rene is the only one who understands my heart. Earenda hugged Rene with an emotional expression while Rene struggled with frustration. Frieden sighed and dissuaded Earenda. Let's stop there. Rene is having a hard time. HMPH. That's not true for Rene. Isn't that right? Yes, look. She says it's okay. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Ha. Frieden felt a headache coming. At the same time, she wondered how Rene was able to become close to that stubborn princess. He is well aware that Earenda suffered countless failures and frustrations while trying to make friends in Theon, but that did not mean that the third princess would just befriend anyone. Considering Rene's personality, Earenda may be a good person to be close to. How did she get to know the third princess? Aren't ordinary people unable to raise their faces in her presence, let alone talk to the princess? Even if this place is Theon where all students are equal, the remnants of the class remain, and Earenda is not just a nobleman, but a member of the royal family. It must have been hard to talk to her properly. Isn't it just like that? But come to think of it, although she might have been nervous when she first saw him, she answered every question he asked. Now that he realized it again, he laughed. Let's stop for now, the food I brought will be cold. Oh, that's right. Shall we talk after we finish eating? A broken bar, I guess you liked it? Well, I'll admit it. The cooking skills of the Ulberg family are quite impressive. It's a dish I made myself. Frieden, of course, did not say that. He was caught taking care of the flower bed, but he didn't want to let Earenda know that he was cooking. That's how the meal started again. Unlike when there was little conversation between Frieden and Rene, now Rene and Earenda chatted with each other. It was Earenda who mainly led the conversation. Frieden felt sorry that his resting place had become noisy, but decided to move on quietly, satisfied that it was not bad. The subject of the conversation had already reached the Kunst incident Earenda had experienced. You don't know how much trouble I was in the Kunst auction house this time. What? Then, were you involved in the incident that happened there? Oh, Frieden, who had been listening quietly, also showed interest in this, and Earenda thought that the opportunity had finally come and told the story of the day at length. In particular, in the part where the beast of Ga tilde copyright Vodden appeared, Lion took a deep breath. It was a terrible monster that looked like it just crawled out of hell. The heads of beasts were all over his body, and the three main heads uttered terrible roars. This part was the truth without exaggeration. When Earender closed her eyes, the sight of that time was still vivid. I still can't believe I'm alive. I think it's a real relief that my senior is safe. Earender felt his heart beat violently at her response. Her first friend listened to her seriously and even worried about her. Isn't this the academy life she dreamed of? So what happened to the monster? Is he really dead, or did he run away? I heard the knights knocked him down. Is it true? Oh, that's a broken bar. Earender agonized over trying to answer. It was the Clockwork Knights under Lethervik that were known to have eradicated the beast of Ga copyright Vorden, but in fact, it was a man named James Moriarty who really defeated the beast. However, the name James Moriarty was still kept secret after the incident because Casey Selmore didn't want to reveal it yet. Princess, the whole story of this incident should not be known yet. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Are you telling me that I should hide the truth? It's good to follow your sense of justice. But, my lady, the atmosphere is not good right now. Look. The dust was cleared, and the scene of the Kunst auction house almost in ruins was seen along with the wounded and the still terrified citizens. People are afraid. The citizens' anxiety will worsen when they find out that the person who killed the beast is a newly emerged big criminal. So, Casey, you're saying that the city's knights, not the criminals, taking care of the beast is a way to end civil unrest. Comfortable lies are sometimes better than uncomfortable truths. Earender could not bear to contradict her since that was the only way they could solve this series of situations. And the word of James Moriarty and his gang was spread. They'd hide themselves in deeper darkness and Casey wouldn't be able to track them. A broken bar, a broken bar. I see. I won't say anything about this. Thank you. Earender, who recalled the conversation at that time, immediately replied to Renee. Of course, the Clockwork Knights, which Lethervik is proud of, came forward and solved it. She felt guilty while talking, but it was inevitable. Earender, who was trying to avoid the subject, suddenly remembered seeing a familiar person at the Kunst auction house. Oh, come to think of it, I think I saw Mr. Rudger at the auction house that day. It must be confusing because she saw him from afar, but Earender thought she could recognize his unique atmosphere. What? Mr. Rudger? Rudger Chulasai. The two people who were listening showed interest in this story because they didn't know the name would come out. Well, I'm sure that's right because he can't hide his unique atmosphere. Why on earth did Mr. Rudger go there? Well, isn't there any reason why you can't go to such a place just because you're a teacher? Seeing that he went to work without any problems afterwards, Mr. Rudger might have just stopped by and left early. But it doesn't look good on me. Is that so? Yes. He doesn't care much about luxury goods or jewelry, does he? There is definitely that feeling. Earender, however, could not readily agree with Renee. It is always the case that a person is different from the inside. Come to think of it, Junior Renee received the framework from Mr. Rudger, right? How was it? Oh, that was surprisingly normal. Didn't Mr. Rudger say it before? In the elemental attribute class. It was then that Fruden, who had been listening to the two conversations, intervened. Wait, Renee. Did Mr. Rudger call you in person? That's right. You don't know how worried I was about her. Instead, it was Earender who answered. Fruden's eyes turned to the school bag that Renee Tilda copyright brought. When he first met Renee, he remembered the book she had hidden from him. The book at that time. I think I've seen it somewhere. Fruden had a strange feeling that something was about to come to mind. Then Renee said, oh, come to think of it, I heard that magazines are popular among students these days. Magazines, right? Oh, I think I've heard that before. Renee took a magazine out of her backpack and showed it to her. For a moment, Fruden's eyes turned to the bag, but when Renee showed the magazine, he naturally had no choice but to turn his head there. The magazine was literally a thin-looking book. The cover was full of promiscuous pictures, and the letter number 1 was engraved on it. What's that? When Fruden asked, Renee replied with a smile. It's a book that was recently published in Lethervik. But it's not an official publication, so it's a little thin, but there are a lot of interesting things. What's interesting? Oh my. Don't tell me you don't even know the magazine that's popular among students these days? Irenda smiled at the thought that she had finally had one over him, but Friedan shook his head with a growl. He didn't realize it when they were formal, but he wasn't tired when facing the real face of the third princess. So what's great about the magazine? You can think of it as a book full of miscellaneous stories. Like a newspaper, it contains a variety of big and small news. Then it's not different from newspapers, right? Number. It's totally different. Most newspapers are published by newspaper companies, so they distort the contents according to their taste. But this magazine speaks from a more neutral point of view. Of course, the publisher of this magazine worked hard on it. Is that all? Of course not. In addition to other information not covered by the newspaper, the real reason why the magazine is so popular is because of the various short stories in the second half. Friedan responded with a sour reaction, saying, "There's nothing special." However, contrary to Friedan's light-hearted view, these short stories were quite sensational among students. Most of the books published on the market were formal or difficult to express in lengthy words. It's the same with fiction. Literary novels were too messy to read, and even nobles who tried to force themselves to be formal often gave up reading them. The short stories in the magazine were the opposite. They were well received by the public for their short and concise sentences and refreshing development. Recently, its popularity among the aristocratic students was rapidly increasing to the point where they were reading them one by one. Simple yet intuitive short stories are much more interesting than hard-to-read literary novels. There were already many people waiting for the next magazine because it had the charm of cutting off the content at an important moment and then making them expect the next number. There are so many things going on these days. Maybe I should read it too. Friedan put aside his review of the magazine, but suddenly he frowned slightly while recalling a name, Rudjachulusai. His name has often been heard recently, but because he only saw him from distance he didn't pay much attention to him. The only thing he remembered was that Rudjachulusai has a very serious atmosphere. He didn't pay much attention before, but recently the name was heard so often that Friedan recalled Rudja's face, which he had seen then, and he ended up overlapping it with the strangely familiar faces. I think I've seen him somewhere. Broken bar. Freudian eyes became sharp. Have you heard? The Magic Festival will take place after the second test. Really? The news that the Magic Festival, a traditional festival of Theon, would take place earlier soon spread. Teachers had already received an official letter branded by the president, and everyone who heard the news was delighted. Yeah, I heard it'll start especially early this year. I guess that's what the president decided. Wow. I've only heard of the On Festival, but it's my first time participating. I'm totally looking forward to it. Unlike most of the students who liked it, the teachers' reactions were the opposite. To be exact, they were divided into pros and cons. In the official letter, the president clearly wrote down the reason why she had moved up the hosting of the Magic Festival. Many teachers were convinced of the reason, but many weren't. To be exact, they were in a position where they had no choice but to be against it even though they were convinced. This is unfair. In the conference room of the Theon main building, where the teachers were gathered, Marquis Hugo Bertag protested fiercely to the president, shaking his thick cheeks. How can you change the schedule of Theon, which has history and tradition, at your own discretion? Even as the president, this is an abuse of power. Behind Hugo Bertag, who shouted so, stood teachers who sympathized with his will. What they have in common is that they are all aristocrats and the fact that they are friends with the Marquis of Bertag. Hearing their complaints, President Elisa did not blink an eye. So you don't want to follow, Hugo? It's unfair. Even though you're the president, you can't change the schedule like this. Why can't I? The former presidents made changes in the academic schedule 3 years ago, 9 years ago and 11 years ago. Hugo flinched at Elisa's words and was embarrassed because he didn't expect Elisa to know about them. Well, it was adjusted after thorough discussion with the staff, and not changed by the president's personal authority as it is now. That's why I'm asking for your opinion, right? How would our opinions matter since you told us after you already took action? Elisa shook her head, but Hugo Bertag had no intention of backing down. It was because he who is at odds with the president, must take this opportunity to take the lead. It was a chance now that the president, who doesn't show any gaps to others, crossed the line for the first time in a long time. So you're saying you don't want to follow Mr. Hugo, who said no? However, I'm telling you that even those who want to follow will have no choice but to be hostile if the president makes such a decision. As you know, the reason why I moved up the holding of the Magic Festival is to change the atmosphere after the recent turmoil. Aren't you supposed to tell us that in advance? Then it'll be late. There's not much time left until the second test, and the Magic Festival needs a preparation period, so how long will it be delayed to coordinate them? The president was right. Hugo would have protested, even if she had formally called in the teachers and board members to reconcile their differences. Hugo also knows in his head that her way is right, but he wouldn't go along with it. Opposition for the sake of opposition. Through this appearance, it was proved that Hugo Bertag is the kind of person who thinks that nothing else matters for the sake of his political position. So you're saying that you did a good job of doing what you wanted to do? I'm sorry about that. But please know that this was for the best. President, I'm worried about that. I was forced to do it now, but if I set a precedent like this, there is no guarantee that you will not do the same again in the future. Elisha, who had maintained a consistent attitude, was forced to frown at Hugo Bertag's attitude to blatantly assert this injustice. It's as if you're sure I'll be like this in the future, right? I don't know what people will do. As the atmosphere between the two began to flow in an unusual way, a third person intervened and stopped them. It was Marie Ross, the longest-serving employee of Theon and one of the people with the highest voice. It has already happened, and the positions of the president and Mr. Hugo are also not incomprehensible. But fighting here is not going to solve the problem. A broken bar, Miss Marie Ross. The president crossed the line first. This is definitely something to point out. Then, can you provide a clear answer to the current situation, Mr. Hugo? You don't know what's going on in the nearby city of Leatherville, either. The president's opinion is valid. Even so, broken bar. You shouldn't do things your way. Rather than saying so, it was faster for Marie Ross' sharp gaze to scan Hugo. Then I'd appreciate it if you could tell me your solution. I'm sure Mr. Hugo has a great solution, seeing that you're shouting so loudly, right? A broken bar. Why did this come up all of a sudden? Marie Ross's gaze shone sharply toward Hugo, who hesitated. Or did you just reject other people's opinions without a solution? A broken bar. It's not good. Because of her popularity, Miss Marie Ross was a very strong speaker among other teachers. If she defended the president, this would be a little embarrassing. Hugo had a hunch it was time to step down. But something didn't feel right. If not now, when can he scratch that president's thick face? It's a chance he got after a long time, and he wanted to make the issue a little bigger. At that time, the teacher who was standing behind Hugo approached him. It was Chris Benimore, and he whispered to Hugo immediately, "Vice President Hugo, I think you can stop here." "Chris, do you want me to let go of the chance I've just caught?" I'm sure they understood what the vice president was saying. But now that Miss Marie came forward, we're going to be hit if we go further. Chris' advice was correct. Hugo argued with the president based on an excuse, but not everyone condemned the president's actions. On the contrary, Hugo's actions, which did not come up with an alternative but only scuffled, made his image worse. "So what do you want me to do? Back out cleanly? How about this?" Chris whispered something to Hugo, and his eyes flickered as he heard it. Having said what he had to say, Chris quietly stepped back. Hugo drew attention by coughing. "Well, if the president really does that, it's not something we don't understand." Elisa was surprised by Hugo's sudden change. Seeing his smiling face made her feel anxious for no reason. "Well, it is inevitable that the festival has already been moved forward. Hasn't it already happened?" "Good. That's all good. Still, there are requirements since this has already happened." "Requirements? What else are you going to do? Can't we at least give our opinions?" "Say it." "What I want to say is, since we're holding the festival early, why don't we put in a different event than the previous one?" As if this is the point, Hugo naturally offered his opinion. "Which one?" "We will be adding something new to the fighting event held in the Magic Festival. For example, Yes, something like a special event where teachers will duel with each other. Hugo's face was full of insidious plans. When I checked the official letter that came to my office, I lightly touched my temple with my fingertips. I think it's confirmed that the festival will be held as soon as the second test is over. The schedule is tighter than I thought. We'll start preparing for the festival right after the second test. The preparation period alone will be so large that it will take a week, considering that there are a lot of employees and wizards living or working inside Theon. Rather, it's more surprising that it takes a week to prepare even with those people. It hasn't been long since the first test results were released, but it's time for the second test already. Still, it'll be easy for me since the second test will be the Magic Square practical test. To be honest, I wanted to believe that. Surely there aren't any students here who are sloppy. Still, I solved the conversion in my own way. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks so. The Magic Square, it's fascinating, but it's not really that amazing. The framework for the Magic Square already existed in this world. The Magic Square research stopped at some point, but the system itself was not a completely new magic. That is, I did not create something out of nothing. Now, I just put new firewood into the bonfire where only residual fire remained. It's rather shameful for me to brag about it. I'm hoping for some good responses. Now that the second test is approaching, I was thinking of going out a little farther. Roting village of Dumman Kingdom. Now, I was going to stop by a place where there was nothing left because it was burned down by fire to check the identity of the First Order. So, Sedina, who would normally remain, was also sent home right away. Sedina said she would stay longer, but she couldn't break my strong will. Shall I go? Just as I was putting on my coat, someone knocked on the door of the office. Come in. The door opens and I can see the familiar blue hair. It was Floral Umos, one of the students in my class, who came into my office. I wondered what had brought her here suddenly, but I immediately guessed why. Floral Umos, are you here to get the framework? Yes, that's right. You came later than I thought. Except for her, the other four came before and took the framework from me. Her being the last one was quite unexpected. I've been a little busy. Did something happen? A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. It's none of your business. It was just a ritual question, but that answer came back. But it's too much of a stretch to ask questions here, right? Because I have to respect the privacy of the students. When I didn't ask any more questions, Flora became slightly annoyed. Aren't you curious? You said it's none of my business. A broken bar, a broken bar. That's enough. What is it? You look angry. I was quite taken aback by Flora's sudden, clueless attitude. Is it because of the late onset of adolescence? Anyway, if you're here to get the framework, I'd like to say you came at the right time. If you were a little late, you would have knocked on the door of an empty office. A broken bar, a broken bar. That's a relief. Flora Lumos, congratulations on winning the first place, albeit belatedly. I gave Flora a light compliment. I know she's good and smart. Still, she's the student who took first place in my class, and as a teacher, I had to praise her this much. Flora opened her eyes wide since my congratulations were unexpected, and avoided my gaze. It wasn't a big deal. It was a piece of cake for me. A broken bar, of course. It's a shame that I was tied for first place. I understand. Your opponent was also a formidable prodigy. First year Julia Plumart. She performed on an equal footing with Floral Umos, earning the reputation of being tied for first place, proving that she didn't get the attention of many teachers from the beginning of the semester for nothing. Oh, anyway, give me the framework. She's so confident. However, Flora deserved to be so confident because she won the prize given by her ability. That kind of behavior suits her more. I lifted my palm, and when I tried to use magic to float the framework, my hands were covered by Floral Umos' white and thin hands. A broken bar, a broken bar. I stared at Floral Umos, who put her hand over my hand without saying a word. What's wrong with you? Are you not going to give it to me? She still didn't seem to know what she had done wrong, so I sighed softly. Flora Lumos. Why are you calling me? The framework procedure is something that does not need to be received by skin contact. What? Flora Lumos gave a curious reaction. 1 second. 2 seconds. When exactly 3 seconds passed, Flora Lumos realized what she had done and hurriedly removed her hands. Her face was red to the earlobes like ripe mussels. There was an awkward silence in Roger's office. Flora flushed and panicked as he stared silently. Oh. Number. So this is a broken bar. Did you get confused? I spoke up to her because I didn't think the conversation would proceed if I left it as it is. Well, yes, I was confused for a moment. It's uncharacteristically for you to make a mistake. Well, there we go. I immediately showed her the framework, a magic trick that uses mana to form their source code on the palm of my hand. In an instant, a technique consisting of white lines was created. Flora Lumos' pupils dilated when she saw it shining like crystal. Is it okay? I remembered Flora Lumos' unusual constitution. Has she said that she feels mana in a different way? As a result, when it was excessive, it seemed that she would feel confused. It was similar to this so-called Stendhal syndrome. When asked by me, Flora took a light breath and nodded. It's alright, a broken bar. I'm glad to hear that. I put forward the framework to Flora, saying so. Put your hand here. She flinched for a moment as if her mistake had occurred to her, but soon reached out her hand as she was told. When the white framework touched the palm of her hand, it disappeared as if it were absorbed in an instant like snow melting in the sun's light. This is the framework, a broken bar. Flora muttered as if she was amazed by the sense of the framework that permeated her hand. It must have been quite a strange feeling to sense it flowing through her body. This is the end of the transition. If you're done with your business, go out. Oh, yeah, broken bar. What's going on? At that time, the trick that you showed me in your private laboratory. At that time? Yeah, when I passed out. Her voice was little as if she was ashamed. I remembered what Flora was talking about. Are you talking about Klein's disease? Klein's disease, it's a technique that expands the existing magic formula in a higher dimension than the one that was drawn in a three-dimensional picture. In other words, Klein's disease itself has no magical meaning. It is just the result of an experiment that I made to see how far the mysterious power of magic can reach. Why do you ask that? There was something else you wanted to make besides the Klein's disease. You must have secretly seen what was written on the blackboard at that time. Flora glared at me in a way that meant what I said was a little ridiculous. How can you not see since it's drawn so openly? Even so, it is not polite to see it. It was me this time, but be careful with others. So what's the name of the magic? You mean that? Perhaps what Flora Lumos was talking about was a more extended concept of magic beyond Klein's disease. A four-dimensional figure that is seemingly made up of two cubes, but is actually much more complicated than that. Tesseract. That's what I call it. Tesseract? Other names: area broken bar, a broken bar. Yeah, it's called a supercube. Of course. She won't understand even if I say this. It's a concept that's hard to understand for people of this world. However, Flora Lumos asked me in a slightly trembling voice, whether she realized that the name alone was an unusual magic. What kind of magic is that? What are you going to do with it? Well, at those words, I muttered vaguely. Klein disease and Tesseract are just research subjects for me. How far the mysterious power of mana can be applied and how far it can be expanded. A study to find out whether it can interfere with space-time, which is four-dimensional, beyond the present, which is three-dimensional. The supercube research was made in order to search for an answer to that question, and through Klein's disease, the answer to my question was decided to be yes. So what am I going to do with this figured-out answer now? The answer was already in my mind. However, I can't tell the student in front of me honestly. A quest for the unknown. This is all I can do now. A broken bar. Don't tell me if you don't want to. Flora replied in a slightly sulky tone, as she realized my intention. Anyway, I've got what I need to get, so I'll go now. Have a good day. Yes. But that kid named Rene. Flora, who was about to leave immediately after holding the doorknob with her hand, asked me with her head slightly turned. Did you two know each other? Me? Why do you think so? It's just, I think it's something like that. Just. That's not the answer a wizard should give. A broken bar. So you know her, don't you? I am a new teacher who has just been appointed here. There's no way I've known a freshman before entering this school. Was that a good enough answer? That's right. Oh, and lastly, seeing that it's the last one, I think this is the main point. What else are you curious about? Teacher, don't you feel sick? Sick? What do you mean? You're really okay, right? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't really know why, but Flora still kept her suspicious gaze on me. A broken bar. I asked you something I shouldn't have asked. Pretend you didn't hear it. Flora shook her head as if she had asked something useless. Her hair fluttered softly as she left the teacher's office immediately. Why do you ask me if I'm not feeling well? Are you going to bring me some healthy food? I don't know why you asked me that. When I checked the clock on one wall of my office, I thought it was a mistake. Oh my. The time is already a broken bar. Flora Lumos suddenly came to visit, and a lot of time was wasted unintentionally. I hurried a little and left the office since it was time to go to Diamond Kingdom. It's been a long time since I've been in this country. Roger, who finally arrived at his destination on a long train, muttered as he looked at the scenery in front of him. It's been 5 years since the bloody night. At that time, it was actually the first time he had come to such a remote village, as he was working in a city called Copyright Vorden. Oh my. Hans sighed deeply. Why did I have to come too? Because you're the right person. Say what? Wasn't it your job to collect information? When Roger asked, Hans grumbled. That's true. Hans was confident in his network since it wasn't just limited to one city, but it had its influence on all kinds of countries. But even so, not here. Is there anything to get here? Hans looked disapprovingly at the once most beautiful village, where only debris remained. Roten, which was burned down by the Great Fire, could no longer be called a village. The tanned marks were all erased after a long time, but on the contrary, they were full of dense plants that were not burned by humans. Vines and mosses that cover up some of the remaining remains with the endless sound of grass bugs among them. It was like looking at an old historical site, so Hans didn't think he could get anything out of a place like this. But isn't it still there? What do you mean? Survivor. It is said that all the villagers were killed in the rotting fire, but there are actually 3 survivors and one of the 3 still lived around here. If you knew, you could have just come alone. Isn't it lonely to come by myself? Are you saying it from the bottom of your heart? Move. A broken bar. Phew, let's do it. Roger and Hans walked through a thick grass road that grew to their waist. The footpath to the rotting village was abandoned for a long time and blocked by all kinds of plants. Roger stretched out his hand lightly, as the wind blew and cleared the road. They combed through the ruins of Rotang village, but all they could see was the densely grown grass, and the survivor was not seen. Brother, didn't you throw the survivor out somewhere else? I can't find it no matter how much I look for it. Number. I don't think so. Why are you so sure? Look over there. Roger raised his hand and pointed to one side. A shabby hut was seen outside the ruins. The size was so small that it seemed safe to call it a warehouse, and unlike other ruins full of vines, that house was the only one clean. He must be living there. Huh? That's weird. Why didn't I see it? He hid it so that no one would come to him carelessly. What does that mean? Hans, who was wondering, saw Roger walking first and hurriedly chased after him. When Roger arrived in front of the cabin, he tapped lightly on the door, but there was no answer. When he grabbed the rusty handle and pushed the door carefully, it opened easily. Didn't he lock it? When he opened the door wide, a strange smell like an oil painting came from inside. Roger, who has been active in various statuses, also had his own knowledge of art. He noticed that this smell was the smell of pigment used to paint oil paintings. The interior of the narrow cabin was filled with sunlight flowing through the window opening on one side. He could see the dust fluttering because of poor ventilation. Roger saw paintings that filled the walls and floors. They were all landscapes painted in oil. Why are there so many paintings? Hans looked around the inside, and since he had little time to step, he looked a little tired. I guess there's no one here. I see. Roger closed the door again. It was confirmed that a person was living here, but it seemed that he was away now. As he was thinking about whether to wait until the owner came or to go where he went, Roger raised his head slightly and looked in the distance. "Brother, what's up?" "It's over there." "Huh?" "No, wait a minute. Let's go together." A faint reverberation of mana in the direction Roger was walking slowly. The magic flowing in the wind wasn't that far away, just in a hilltop adjacent to the back of the village. On a high hill overlooking the now defunct village, a man was sitting still and drawing something. "Brother, don't tell me he has a broken bar." "A broken bar?" "It looks like we came to the right place." It was one of the survivors of the Rotten Great Fire. Roger moved the steps that had stopped again. As the distance approached, he was able to see the man properly. A weak-looking man in his 30s was wearing shabby clothes with paint everywhere, but the most eye-catching thing was the black eye patch hanging around his eyes. Was he blind? But all the cottage paintings had colorful colors and beautiful figures. Even though he approached to check, the man did not look at him once. There was not even a tiny response. It was not acting because he was a really blind man. Roger climbed the meadow hill as if the wind was coming down and stood close to the man. Perhaps hearing the sound of stepping on the grass, the man who was painting stopped brushing. "I have a visitor." "What brings you here?" "I'm sorry if I interrupted your drawing." At the words, the man smiled faintly and shook his head. "No, I was almost done anyway." At the words, Roger glanced sideways at the painting. Surprisingly, the canvas contained the ruins spread out at a glance at the bottom of the hill. "Can you see everything?" "No, I just feel them." The smell of flying in the wind, the sound of insects and the natural energy that touches the skin. "Even if I can't see, I naturally realized it after living for a long time." The man said so, slowly organizing the painting tools while Roger waited calmly by the side. "Thank you for waiting. I'd like to treat you to a cup of tea." "A broken bar? It's going to be hard because my house is so messy." "It's all right." Roger shook his head and found a suitable place to sit. But there was no room to sit around except for the right-sized rock on which the artist was sitting, so Roger stamped his foot lightly. Then the ground sprang up, creating a place to sit. "A broken bar? A broken bar? Did you use magic?" The artist looked a little surprised as if he felt Roger using magic. Roger smirked at the response. "Isn't that normal, too?" "What does that mean?" Only Hans, who was eavesdropping, did not understand. "That artist is also a wizard." "A broken bar? A broken bar? You've noticed?" "That's right. I'm also a wizard." Roger was able to follow the traces of painting here in the first place because he was using magic when painting. Hans' failure to find his house was the same reason, because he hid the house through magic. "I didn't know that one of the few survivors of the Rotten Great Fire was a wizard." "I can't brag about being a wizard. It's just something I learned a little over my shoulder." "Knowing how to use your magic in drawing, it's not something that can be learned normally. It's a skill that I naturally realized after painting for a long time." "So, may I ask why a great man like you came here?" "Do you know about me?" The painter shook his head at Roger's question. "No, I don't know who you are." "But why did you call me an amazing person?" "Even if you can't see it, or because I can't see it, there's something that feels more certain." He stared at Roger with his black eye patch. "The energy felt by the wind, the strange power that you have, and what nature is telling me. You are the hero who solved the terrible things that happened in this country a long time ago." "I didn't know you even had spirituality." "I can only hear a little fragmentary voice, let alone make a contract with the spirits. It's not something grand." "It's the same for me. I'm not great enough to be called a hero." The artist went straight to the point. "So what brings you here?" "Rotten Great Fire." The man shuddered at Roger's direct words. "I heard there were survivors." "Yes, I am the survivor. 3 in total, including you." "A broken bar? A broken bar? You knew that, too?" The face of the artist with the eye patch said so. "Did you come here because you wanted to know that?" "Who are the other 2 survivors?" The sun began to set and the world turned scarlet as the sunset burned over the ridge. The wind blew in from the west and the chill of the night was felt. The shadows of the 2 people sitting facing each other stretched. "I want you to tell me." The sunset light was scattered through a gap among the thin clouds in the sky. Red and warm light slanted, leaving a long shadow next to Roger. The grass bugs cried loudly with the sound of the grass swaying in the wind as the artist stared at Roger as if to see something even though he couldn't see. "Since you've come all the way here, You know a lot after all. It was the painter who opened his mouth first in a long silence. He got up from his seat with his painting tools in one hand. Let's go down. It's going to take some time, so let's go on the way. Oh, come to think of it, we didn't introduce ourselves. Roger sighed. My name is Pierre. I'm a normal angry person. After a light statement, the two slowly walked down to the ruins below the hill. Hans stepped back tactfully and widened the distance so that the two could communicate easily. Pierre, who was leading the way down the hill, swept the grass up to his waist with his fingertips. It's now a deserted ruin, but Roting used to be a very beautiful place. They say it was a beautiful village like in the picture. I've heard it a lot. It was like that in reality. But everything disappeared because of the big fire that day. Pierre had a bitter smile around his mouth. His invisible eyes seemed to be looking at the scenery at that time. As Mr. Roger said, I am a wizard. I was a wizard, to be exact. My aristocratic teacher gave me up because I had talent, but I couldn't adapt. I'm a timid person who likes to draw, both in the past and now. Roger listened to his story in silence. I was too sentimental, unlike a magician, and my brain was not working well, so I was scolded a lot by my teacher. They even broke my brush. At first, I held it in, but as it continued, I couldn't stand it, so I ran away at night. I liked drawing more than using magic. I want to draw a picture. Pierre, who ran away and wandered with that thought, arrived at a village that was beautiful and peaceful called Roten. I thought it was a great place and that I could really paint here. But what can a blue child who doesn't know the world suddenly settle down in the village do? It was hard to get used to the village. At that time a broken bar she helped me. The two, who came down the hill, arrived at the mouth of the ruins. Pierre took out his brush instead of answering. He moved his hand holding the brush before expressing as to why he suddenly took out the brush. As if painting, in the air a surprising thing happened. Pierre's brush was colored and a line was drawn in the air. It was similar to the implementation of the magic formula to manifest magic, but Roger immediately saw that it was clearly different. Pierre's brush strokes quickly filled the surroundings with color. Red, blue, green and yellow, all sorts of colorful lights spread around. Before he knew it, the sun disappeared over the hill in the west and the darkness sank like a night fog over the ruins filled with silence. Only Pierre's painting shone clearly in it. Roger watched it in silence. The magic of Pierre's paint in the air drew a line or spread widely, and eventually drew a landscape around it. In time, what Roger saw was not the ruins of the middle of the night, but the beautiful village in broad daylight. He could see the carriage moving around and people leading their lives. Is it magic using paintings? Painting magic was a new form of magic that he had never seen before. People in the landscape began to move even before he was surprised by it, as if they were alive. The world of painting showed the scene of those days and Pierre began to walk as Roger followed him quietly. Roting is a place with a lot of wanderers. It is also a place frequented by people who have no connection or who travel, but as they settle down a village was formed where even the wind rests. That's Roten. There was one thing to be proud of in such a village. Pierre, who was walking slowly in the center of the painting world, stopped and Roger stopped by his side, too. At the center of the painting world was a woman who caught his eye. She was a beautiful woman with long black hair. He could only see her back, but he could easily see that her beauty was out of the ordinary. Her appearance at first glance seemed strangely familiar and unfamiliar. It may be because her face was shaded around her eyes and was not properly visible. I can't see her. I couldn't paint her beauty intact with my humble drawing skills. There was a limit to what he could show with painting magic. When he heard that painting magic was not perfect, Roger had no choice but to agree. She was a girl who seemed to have come out of a fairy tale. She was always kind to everyone without losing her bright smile. Everyone in the village loved her. In addition, spirits liked her, perhaps because of her excellent nature friendliness. Whenever the dark-haired woman walked down the street, people smiled, said hello, and waved, and whenever that happened, she waved her hands and greeted me. Small natural spirits floated around the woman, and the singing birds sat on her shoulders and picked their feathers. The figure was like a fairy tale, So Roger was caught in the moment, even though it was a moment. It's warm. It feels like I'm back in my childhood. It was also her that helped me, who couldn't adapt to this village. She was beautiful like a jewel and showed a warmer smile than the sunshine. Esmeralda. She's a broken bar. There was a constant smile in the village. That's how peaceful it was. Warm and peaceful. Looking at the scene, Roger also thought he wanted to live here, but the peace didn't last that long. One day, an aristocratic wizard happened to visit Rotten Village, and everything changed. The watercolor-like landscape quickly distorted and changed the appearance of the painting world. The wizard who led his men was a handsome blonde man. He whispered all kinds of sweet words to Esmeralda. I fell in love at first sight. I want you to be with me. It was easy for Roger to see that it was not pure love. What the aristocratic man wanted was not a woman named Esmeralda itself. He wanted her spirit's friendly ability to be added to his own lineage. Those who search for talented women and force them to have their offspring. It was still common for aristocrats to deliberately marry talented women for better blood. But she, who was naive, believed the words of that aristocrat. She was so pure that she couldn't doubt the words of others who hid their true feelings. Before he knew it, he saw Esmeralda, who fell asleep with expectations, and the villagers worried about her. If Esmeralda is bound up with someone, it must be a blessing. However, if the other person had a purpose, not a sincere love for her, he had to prevent it. Even if he was hated by Esmeralda, everyone was helped by her. Her warmth and innocence had to be saved. She could not be dragged by a wicked aristocrat and made to live in misery for the rest of her life. But no one dared to come forward and stop it. I didn't exactly have the courage to do that. That's right, because the other person was a noble. Yes, the old kingdom of Daman was that kind of place. Roger nodded as if he understood. Now society still has a hierarchical system, but in the past it was much worse, especially the kingdom of Daman. Roger recalled a familiar word in his previous life. Ancient copyright Jime. It means the old system, and it means a society in which the long-standing feudal system gradually accumulated and generally rotted. The kingdom of Daman was a stark example. In an excessive confrontation between aristocrats and royalty, the lower classes were exploited by them, and the people that couldn't stand it starved to death. At that time, the common people's opposition to nobles was almost equivalent to treason. It was usual to exterminate a family even if one person did something wrong, and in severe cases, all the people in the vicinity were hanged. Did the people abandon her? Did the abandoned woman ended up taking revenge on the village? But Pierre didn't answer. The world of painting was already running toward a set ending, so he didn't feel the need to reflect on the tragedy of the day with his own mouth. If you look, you'll know. Pierre stood in his seat as if he had swallowed the pain. The landscape changed, and it changed to the day when the nobleman decided to take Esmeralda. The atmosphere of Rotten, which was beautiful, was darkened. The village, which had a cozy and subtle light even at night, was heavy and dull, as if he had guessed its future. It was not just an illusion that even the air touching the skin feels cold. The nobleman came to pick up Esmeralda as promised while leading the soldiers of his family. Come with me, Esmeralda. In a broken bar. The sound of conversation between the two was heard over the blurred landscape. Even Esmeralda, who was naive, was hesitant because she felt something strange. But now that she came this far, she couldn't resist, so Esmeralda tried to hold the man's hand. No, you can't. Then a boy in the village stepped forward and shouted, lady, don't believe him. He's a seducer. Every word of love for you is a lie. How dare you? Who do you think this person is? The soldier holding the spear threatened the boy. But it wasn't just the boy who stepped up. No matter how noble you are, you can't take her. Get out of my town right now. Lady. You can't go with him. A friendly bakery grandfather, a woman who had a grocery store, a farmer, etc. All the villagers defended Esmeralda and protested against the nobles and their soldiers. If it was a fairy tale, the aristocrat would have stepped down here grinding his teeth. However, the world that this painting magic shows was not such a hopeful story of good and evil. It was hopelessly dark and horrible. Are you trying to fight me? The appearance of whispering love to Esmeralda was gone, and the face of the aristocrat was distorted like a devil. When he raised his hand, The soldiers lined up behind him moved. The people here insulted the aristocracy. It's an act of revolt against the kingdom. Sweep them all out. The soldiers moved as if they were familiar with the order. That's how the massacre in Rotang village began. It's not that the villagers didn't resist, but the gap with the opponent was too wide. The opponent was a trained and elite army of a noble family. There were a few, but there were knights and wizards. On the other hand, the villagers are all retired mercenaries and wandering adventurers. They couldn't have been an opponent in the first place. A man stabbed by a soldier's spear collapsed with a scream as the red paint smudged. The soldiers' torches burned the houses as yellow and orange spread like an explosion. The flames were scattered and a person who could not escape from the inside burned to death. Black paint was smeared on the ground as hell was laid out on the people. Don't tell me, it's a broken bar. A broken bar? Yes, that's right. Pierre nodded as if he knew what Roger was trying to say. This is the truth of the Rotang Great Fire, which is unknown to the world. The Rotang Great Fire was not just a natural disaster. It was a man-made disaster, and the kingdom of Duman has hidden the ugly truth until now. Please stop. Please. The villagers are innocent. I'll follow you. Please. A broken bar. A broken bar. At the center of the horrific massacre, Esmeralda shed tears. She begged the nobleman to quit. He shouted, I will follow you, so stop killing anymore, to stop the meaningless slaughter. However, the aristocrat whispered love to her in a cold voice. It's too late. See with those two eyes what happens to those who rebel against the aristocracy. The man who whispered love words was gone and only a monster with ugly desires remained. When she saw who he really was, Esmeralda fell on her knees while her empty eyes watched the dying people. Life is dying out in a house that is falling apart. The flames scattered in all directions and soon melted away. That spark was someone's life. It was somebody's scream. Esmeralda, who had been weeping incessantly, bowed her head as if she was about to collapse. The nobleman licked his tongue as he saw it. Is she broken? No, maybe this is better. It's easier to handle a doll. He had no intention of hiding his true feelings now. I can't do this because I'm dizzy from the smell of garbage burning. I'll leave first. So you stay and leave no rat behind. Yes, leave her alone and bring her to me when the situation is over. All right. The nobleman left the burning village behind and left with his immediate escort. There was no guilt about committing the massacre on that face. It's almost over. Yeah. The guys who were waiting outside killed everyone that tried to run away. TSK. So why are you resisting the aristocracy and causing trouble? Let's take the girl first. She's going to be a concubine of a young master. The remaining soldiers approached Esmeralda and reached out to her according to the order given, but at that moment a fire suddenly began to burn around her. The lumps of fire, which rose one by one like a goblin fire, revolved around her as if protecting Esmeralda. What is this? Is this a spirit? Judging that they were the lowest spirits without proper power, the soldiers tried to push them away with the spear. That negligence caused death. The flames that spread through the spear engulfed the soldiers. The soldiers tried to shout something at the fire on their body, but even that scream was engulfed in the flames. In a flash, 2 soldiers were ashes and disappeared. The flame, which was a spirit, grew in size using the body as fuel. It was now too alien to be called a spirit. The flame responded to Esmeralda's despair. Flames rose from all over the burning village as they sucked the red paint on the floor. Roger had no choice but to watch the scene. Was it the original wish of the dead? The flames that absorbed the black and red paint on the floor began to converge around Esmeralda. What the hell? What have you done? Answer me, girl. The soldiers who saw the scene were horrified beyond description. Esmeralda slowly raised his bowed head. Her eyes, blank and empty, turned beyond the soldiers to the place where the aristocrat, who had completely left the village, disappeared. I hate you. What came out of his lips were the deafening curse words. Eventually, the flame that clumped behind Esmeralda conceived a presence. The giant, whose whole body soared with hot flames, rose, a fat, ugly, curvy body with a magma-infested face that was distorted by anger. Roger remembered that spirit. It is the spirit that attacked the banquet hall at that time. I hate everything about you. The soldiers panicked up the spear. Esmeralda, who was watching the chaotic scene, mumbled prayerfully, holding her hands together. So please, the souls of the dead, the little spirits, Esmeralda's despair and hatred were intertwined in one place, and an artificially created incarnation of revenge was born. Burn them all! Quasimodo opened his mouth wide and spewed out flames. A new life born of death brought about death again. Fire giant Quasimodo proved that Roger didn't mistake him for a highest level flame spirit for nothing, as he killed the soldiers with overwhelming firepower. The soldiers melted along with their armor and did not even leave their bodies behind. In front of Quasimodo, the elite troops of the noble were only firewood. The flames burned using life and death as firewood and kept getting bigger and bigger. Flame rain poured down on the fleeing soldiers while Esmeralda wept endlessly at the sight. Why, just yesterday she was spending her day as usual. The daily life of waking up, listening to the birds chirping, playing with the spirits, and greeting the villagers whom she was close with. A dream where she danced, sang, and laughed endlessly. The tears that flowed down her cheeks evaporated because of the heat around her. There were only dry traces of tears left, like her now gone daily life. Esmeralda rose and began to walk. Quasimodo, who was watching her, soon turned into a small flame and was absorbed by Esmeralda's body. She left the burning village behind and disappeared beyond the black darkness without knowing where she was heading. I couldn't do anything then. Pierre stared in the direction where Esmeralda disappeared with a sad face. He was painting outside that day, but when he realized what happened in the village and came to help, there was nothing he could do as a beginner wizard. These two eyes were also lost during the fire that day. The landscape has changed. Pierre, who had gone blind, was fortunate enough to survive. However, he couldn't even walk properly because he couldn't see, and it was only a matter of time before he was swallowed up by the fire. Then someone grabbed Pierre's hand and dragged him. Hey, get up. It was a childlike but slender voice, so the owner of the voice was presumed to be a young girl, but Roger couldn't see her. There is only a scene in which the silhouette of a blurry black person grabs Pierre's hand and drags him. The painting magic only shows what one's own eyes had seen, so Pierre couldn't possibly draw what happened after he became blind. With the help of the girl, Pierre was able to escape the fire safely. Thank you. You saved my life. I just did what I had to do. What about the others? Is there anyone alive? No, they're all dead. That's a broken bar. Pierre stared blankly at the burning town of Rotan. He couldn't see with his eyes, but the hot heat from there was telling him that there was a town there. How absent-mindedly he must have been watching the scene. He could feel the girl who saved him coming next to him. Hey. You're the painter who just got here? You know me? I remember you being emotional. Broken bar. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. No, it's not something you should be sorry about in the first place. The girl's voice was filled with anger, so Pierre asked cautiously, what are you going to do now? I have to get revenge. Revenge? Broken bar? Isn't that obvious? All the villagers were killed. Soldiers set fire and slaughtered people just because the noble was upset. Broken bar. Pierre did not dare to fight, but the girl sighed and approached Pierre. Are your eyes okay? I don't see anything. Broken bar. You have a lot of burns. If you can't see when you're an artist, isn't that a problem? I should be thankful that I'm still alive. Thank you. Broken bar. Unlike you, I can't do that. Pierre couldn't say anything at the girl's words. He was only a short time in town, but this girl would have been around much longer. There were people who were close to her, and maybe she had a family. Are you going to go? Pierre was worried about the girl's future because he was blind and couldn't even look after her. Of course, I don't want to force you to take revenge, but I can't do that. Broken bar. You can leave on your own, just in case people come here. The girl who said so left Pierre behind. Pierre stretched out his hand towards the back of the girl who was blankly moving away. He wanted to ask what her name was but couldn't help it. Pierre, who remained alone like that, continued to sit there until the fire extinguished itself because there was nothing more to burn. The magic ended there. Finally, the world of painting disappeared after the burning village, and it was an empty reality that took its place. The hot flames disappeared, and the dying people were erased without a trace. Now, only the remains of a village remained. I couldn't bear to leave. At the center of the ruins, Pierre muttered, all my close friends died, and I couldn't even draw what I wanted to draw. and now there are only nightmares left. Why? I may have lingering feelings. It was the first town that accepted me, or maybe it's a sense of duty. Someone needs to protect this place. Thus Pierre remained in the ruins. He stayed and kept drawing, recalling the scenery from then. He went through countless trials and errors because he couldn't see, and sometimes desperately endured his heart breaking and collapsing. He continued to paint in this place. After living like that, something changed. I didn't know much about magic, but I was able to put magic in my brushwork. Maybe this was my talent. A painter that could only paint a proper picture after losing his sight. It was really ironic, but Pierre was neither grateful nor sorry for not being able to see. The only thing that bothered Roger is that he doesn't know what happened to the survivor of that day, Lady Esmeralda, and the girl who saved Pierre. I see. Roger stood at the center of the desolate ruins and closed his eyes as the night breeze tickled his face. He reflected on the sight he had just seen. The fire wiped out the place, and then the kingdom of Duman used the word Great Fire to cover up what happened in this town. It would have prevented the rumors from spreading abroad, but it could not prevent the internal anger. There must have been people who felt suspicious about the sudden fire, and if they investigated a little bit, they would realize that someone intentionally set the fire. After the Rotten Great Fire, it was inevitable that the kingdom of Duman would take a path of decline. The anger of the common people toward the vested interests of the aristocracy, which had been accumulated before, ignited the incident as a fuse and exploded, raising the flag of revolution. Nevertheless, the vested interests of the kingdom of Duman would not have collapsed because they were in power. If everyone used guns and gunpowder the same way as the Earth in his previous life, the one with more numbers will inevitably have an advantage. But this world has an asymmetric history of magic and knights. No matter how commoners stand up, the revolution wouldn't have been as easy as it sounds. However, the started fire did not die down easily. The culmination of that was the Blood Night incident that took place 5 years ago in Copyright Vorden, a city of the Kingdom of Duman. In that incident the kingdom lost the trust of the people. The people who justified the evil of the established power based on the doctrine of the new kingship couldn't do anything about the cryptids, the divine right of kings. In other words, the king's authority was given by heaven, that is, God. So everyone should obey the power. Duman, who used Luminism as a state religion, followed this most fervently. However, as the cryptids ran rampant in Copyright Vorden, their prestige plummeted in an instant. The kingdom of Duman couldn't properly deal with the beast of Copyright Vorden. Rather, the fact that it was not a wizard or knight belonging to the state but a wandering hunter who killed the cryptid further fueled people's distrust. What did the nation do? What did those great knights and wizards do? In addition, the response of the British kingdom, their ally, was also a problem. For an unknown reason, the Holy Father of Bretish shut down the country 20 years ago and didn't send any holy knights outside. At the same time, citizens' distrust of Luminism, which had collected huge religious taxes every time, hit the sky. It was the moment when their faith in God collapsed and the fire of revolution flared up again, bigger and hotter than before. Now, 5 years later, the kingdom of Duman lost its past prestige, and most nobles fled or defected abroad. There was still a royal family left, but it was like a candle in front of the wind that could fall at any time. The kingdom of Duman was still in the throes of change, and the end of that change will surely be in a better direction than before. But there have been too many incidents in the process of getting here. That's exactly what the Rotten Great Fire did. What are the lives of those who have fallen like flames in the shadow of history, who should be held responsible for the monster born in it? First Order Esmeralda and Fire Giant Quasimodo were monsters created by a terrible time. The monsters born by the world joined hands with the Black Hand Society and infiltrated Theon. Are all your questions answered now? To some extent. Then that's good. Aren't you suspicious of me? Roger didn't understand why Pierre had told him everything. In addition, the magic he used was eye-opening for other wizards. Pierre's actions showed that he had hidden his abilities. Nevertheless, he showed Roger the magic of painting. I doubted it at first. But there was something I felt from Mr. Roger looking at the past I showed him. Feelings of anger, compassion, sympathy. I've never revealed it. You may not believe it, but that's how I felt. Because I can't see, I'm more sensitive. That's why I believe that Mr. Roger is not a bad person. Is he saying that after losing his sight he opened his sixth sense? What would you do if it was all your own illusion? Then it's because I wasn't good enough, but I don't regret it. And a really bad person doesn't say anything to confirm that. Pierre smiled softly and said in a relieved voice. Roger, who saw it, took his hand out of his pocket and bowed to him. It must have been a painful past for you, but thank you for letting me know that. When Roger bowed his head with respect, but Pierre shook his head, saying it was okay. Rather, I'm grateful. I've never been this honest with anyone before. Maybe it's because I've been facing the wounds I've been ignoring so far, but I'm more relieved now. Pierre, who said so, was not a foolish young man. He was a wizard who overcame his wounds and trials. So, please, Mr. Roger, please help the lady and the girl overcome this sadness. They may still be fighting a tough fight somewhere in the world. The reason Pierre told Roger everything was probably because of the hope that he might help. However, Roger felt just bitterly sorry for Pierre's attitude. The girl named Esmeralda is burning people to death and became a revenge-mad arsonist. Will Pierre ever know the truth? Should he tell this fact to him who knows nothing? A broken bar, I'll try. In the end, Roger had no choice but to give a vague answer. That was the best consideration he could give Pierre. That's enough. It was time to say goodbye now that he had achieved his goal. Pierre knew it and tried to return to his cabin. Then Roger asked Pierre, "Are you going to stay here?" "Yes, I'm going to stay here and continue to paint." "Why?" "Because I don't know if there will be new people here someday. As people gather one by one, there will be a new village here. They need someone to do that. Someone who can tell them that there was once a beautiful village here." "I see." That was the end of their conversation as Pierre said goodbye to Roger. He'll stay here and paint until someone else comes here because it was the only way to repay those who once reached out to him. The sublime belief caused a small stir in Roger's quiet mind as he left. When Hans saw him coming out, he rushed towards Roger. "Brother, did you find anything?" "I found out something, but it didn't help much. All I found was the reason why Esmeralda acted like that." "Then wasn't this a waste of time?" "Not really. He got a clue, so it wasn't a meaningless trip." "Hans, I have something to look into." "Say it." "I would like you to find out who is a famous magician among the noble families who were once in the kingdom of Daman and went into exile elsewhere." "That's a bit too much." "Do you have any characteristics that can narrow the range?" "The family has been born blonde for generations and the current leader is a man in his early 30s. It seems vague, but it's not to the point where I can't do it." "All right. Now that I'm done with my business, it's time to go back to Theon." As time passed, the second test came close. The students, who were usually waiting in the lecture hall, stood in the open space around them with slightly nervous faces. And in front of them stood Roger Chulasai, their teacher and general manager of the test. "Since I announced it in advance, I believe everyone has been preparing hard." There were no students who answered the question. Everyone just waited for the upcoming second test with a determined face. "Let's start the test." The second test, magic manifestation based on the magic square, has begun. It was called a test, but the process itself was not long because it was close to a task rather than a test. Since it was announced in advance, each student has made their own magic square based on the lessons Roger taught. This was the place to demonstrate it to Roger and, by extension, to the students in the same class. "Before we start, everyone must have drawn a ticket." Before entering the test room, the students randomly drew a numbered ticket. "Let's start right away. Come out number 1. "Yes." When Roger called, the first batter, a male student, came forward. Since he was first, his steps were stiff due to the tension, but none of the students laughed at him because only a maniac can laugh at a sight that he may soon become. Most were inwardly relieved that they were not the first. "I said I'd be prepared for it. What if the other guys show something more amazing than me?" If I knew this would happen, I would have paid more attention." The underprepared students were nervous with anxiety. In the meantime, the first student demonstrated the magic square he prepared. "I mixed the attribute elements with the magic square so that they could be conveniently manifested whenever I wanted." Next to the student who said so, there was parchment, and a small flame was formed on it. It is the manifestation of the fire element using the magic square. The fire did not spread widely, and its power was kept very evenly. In addition, it was possible to adjust the power, such as lowering or raising it. The firepower could not be raised above a limit, but it seemed enough to boil water. The shape of the magic square is a rectangle. Little has changed from what Roger taught. I saw it well. Then I'll grade it. Gulp. Scores range from A+ to F. Among them, your score is D. What? Did he think he would get at least a C? The face of the student who received a result that fell far short of expectations was colored with embarrassment. Sir, my score is a broken bar. Do you mean D? You don't seem to understand. Obviously, the magic square you made is something that can be useful in real life. Looking at its stable appearance, it looked like a gas stove on Earth. It'll probably become quite popular if it's distributed to families, but in the end, that was all. You just change the numbers written on the magic square and choose the stable path without even challenging yourself. Obviously, the details with the ability to control the firepower are laudable, but did no one else think of it? There are no major drawbacks, but the problem was that it was too easy. You made slight changes and chose a safe path to success rather than trying to make excessive changes and failing. Why do you think I've taught you the magic square? Are you dissatisfied with the score now? No, I'm not. Be aware that the score I evaluate is based on a logical and reasonable evaluation. And be thankful you didn't get an E, let alone a D. The student couldn't even answer Roger's words and backed away as if he were running away with his head down. The students watching the scene felt a cold sweat running behind their backs since most of them chose a safe way, like the students who heard the harsh words now. Next. Number 2, come out. Roger's eyes became sharper. Perhaps he didn't like the demonstration of the first student, but his atmosphere was harsher than at the start. I'm doomed. The second runner murmured to himself and dropped his shoulders. The atmosphere is so fierce. Leo fluttered his tongue as he watched each student demonstrate his magic square. In this breathtaking atmosphere, he was worried if he could make a proper presentation even if he drew the magic square well. At this point, he seemed to be taken to the slaughterhouse, not to go to the second test. Aiden, did you prepare well? Huh? Yes, for now. What about you? I've done the best I can, but no one knows what will happen, right? Of course, it could work out. Then if you get a low score, it can't be helped, but if I do my best, I won't regret it. Looking at him talking with a nice smile, Leo was about to sigh again. What idealistic answer is that you have no regrets? It was hard to understand for Leo, who was very realistic. Iona, standing next to Leo, nodded as if she had heard good things. It's a great mindset. Thank you. When Aiden thanked her, Tracy, who was watching him, opened her mouth. Well, Aiden, a broken bar, you'll get to C+ though. Don't be so discouraged. Leo thought this stupid girl said something weird again. It's not enough to cheer for a friend to get an A, but you're telling him to be satisfied with a C+? What's funnier is that Tracy herself looked satisfied, as if she had done her best to cheer. Yeah, I used to be like this. Because of her personality that is disingenuous to one's feelings. Tracy Fread, who was often misunderstood because of her poor way of expressing herself. Fortunately, Aiden is a very good-natured guy. Thank you for your support, Tracy. He even smiles at Tracy, knowing that she has no evil intentions. Tracy, who saw that, blushed and averted her gaze, was a bonus. They're having fun. Leo snorted in his head. Oh, that's right, Aiden. What's your number? Me? I'm number 13. Number 13? The order is faster than I thought. At the same time as I thought so, I heard Roger's voice in the distance. Next, number 13. Come out. A broken bar, isn't that your number? Oh, you're right. Go quickly. Leo pushed Aiden's back and he, who was pushed out, stood in front of Roger. Aiden, you're number 13? Yes. Aiden was unconsciously intimidated in front of Roger's charisma. Roger glanced at Aiden with a sharp gaze and said, "Show me the magic square you've prepared." Yes. For your information, all of the students in front of you did not meet my expectations. I hope you won't disappoint me. Aiden swallowed his dry saliva and took out the parchment he had prepared. Roger showed signs of wonder for the first time when he saw Aiden's magic square drawn on the parchment. Aiden. Oh, yes, Sir, are you really going to take the test with this? Oh, this one? Of course. Roger narrowed his eyes as he saw Aiden answering. That's because Aiden's parchment had a round shape on it. What I taught you was not the magic circle, but the magic square. Magic circles and magic squares are different. The magic square could be drawn in a new way by breaking away from the existing circle shape. However, Aiden has drawn a magic square based on a circle as if he was sticking to the existing method. What are you going to do? I had a lot of thoughts at first. Aiden spread the parchment on the ground. From the day Roger taught him the contents of the test until now, Aiden had never thought about it for a single day. What kind of results will the teacher want? How can I make a good magic square? Shall he try a different shape since the magic circle taught was square? It may be pentagon, hexagon, or star-shaped. But Aiden shook his head immediately. Such a change was too one-dimensional. Aiden knew his limitations well. No matter what anyone says, he's still a beginner. It was clear that he could not even make a one-dimensional change properly and would fail the test. Then what should he do? In the end, I ended up doing what I was good at. Aiden smiled shyly and poured his magical energy into the magic square. It was only then that Roger realized that the circle Aiden drew was different from the ordinary magic circle, because what was engraved in it wasn't the regular symbols, but the letters and numbers he had taught him. Honestly, digging one way like a fool. Soon, light flowed out of the magic square and scattered warm warmth around it. As if drawing waves, the warmth spread in an instant and filled the auditorium. This is my best shot. Sir, what Aiden made was a concentric magic square. He stood upright and looked at Roger, waiting for his evaluation. Roger stroked his chin with his hand and Aiden gulped at the sight. Aiden. Yes, sir. B+. Yes, I said B+. Aiden thought he had misheard at first. Seeing that everyone else could not escape the ED range, he was praying to get at least C. But when Roger saw his results, he gave him more than that. You boldly mixed the existing magic circle and the new magic square. The spirit of challenge lives high in you. In fact, unlike conventional magic circles, it was activated by scattering waves in concentric circles. You've increased stability in large numbers so that the mana does not run out. Roger knew exactly what Aiden was thinking while making this. Aiden listened to his advice with concentration. The magic square I devised has the advantage of being neatly matched, but that's why there's something frustrating about it. It is not flexible because it is fixed, but you made up for it with a flowing circle. Thank you. Aiden, who didn't expect such praise from Roger's mouth, still felt like he was dreaming. However, there is still some foolishness about it. Of course, you can't just compliment me. Aiden smiled bitterly inside, but in fact, he has been waiting for this moment more than anyone else. You tried to break away from the existing magic circle while drawing your magic square, but you ended up using it. This doesn't dilute the significance of the magic circle. It was a part that he missed because he was focusing only on new things. I'm sorry. There is nothing to be sorry about. In addition, the flow of numbers used inside is still insufficient. If there was a little more detailed coordination, it would have been much better. It was a part that he couldn't help because he was pressed for time. Even with that in mind, Aiden has shown far better results than the previous 12 students. But it's the best I've seen so far. Aiden's face brightened at the almost complimentary words, and the students who were expecting Aiden's failure from behind lamented. It's that guy again. Damn commoner. Regardless of the students' feelings, Roger immediately called out the next runner. Number 14. Come out. Student 14, who did not prepare properly, had a face that looked like chewed poop. Like that, all 80 students showed off their magic squares one by one. Among them, there were a few students who stood out. Aiden was one of them at first, but Aiden's performance was too insufficient compared to the students who came afterwards. Floralumos. You used multiple shapes. Yes, that's right. The magic square that Floralumos has made was in the form of 9 hexagons touching each other. It had a much more complex form than other students' magic squares and looked like a turtle shell. I didn't think I'd see what I saw on Earth again here. I only taught the basics of magic square, but you drew Jaisuguime Undo. I don't think this is the correct term, but it's something like this. Besides, The calculation formula that exists inside is also perfect without any errors. It wasn't for nothing that she was given the title of genius at Theon. Flora Lumos, A+. Flora Lumos, who scored the highest score, smiled leisurely, shaking her hair with her hands. The students exclaimed and praised her. Julia Plumart, A. Oh, what a shame. The much-anticipated prospect Julia Plumart also scored high for her excellent magic square. She was second place after Flora. However, she did not seem to be disappointed at all. A broken bar Earender von Exilian, C+. Yeah. Earender was confident in practical skills, but because making the magic square is related to writing, she had no choice but to give up the idea of making up for her failure in the first test. Roger shook his head as he looked at Earender stepping down. He couldn't believe she was of the same blood as the woman he knew. Did she take all the good genes? Tracy Freehad, B. Iona Valley, B+. Leo, B. Aiden's friends also scored high. Roger was a little surprised that Iona, a Suin, joined Aiden's party at some point. And lastly, the girl with ash-gray hair presented her magic square. Renee. Yes, sir. Show us the horse magic square you've made. Renee, who was very nervous, opened her mouth as if she had made up her mind. I didn't bring parchment paper with a magic square. What? Roger's eyebrows wiggled at the bombshell. Renee's remarks were enough to surprise other students. What did she just say? Isn't it possible that she didn't make a magic square? That's why she has no parchment on Mr. Roger's test. Crazy. When the students were buzzing, Roger stared at Renee silently and slowly opened his mouth. Then what are you going to do? Is it safe to say that there is no magic square to demonstrate? At the words, Renee shook her head. No, I definitely made a magic square. Butte a broken bar. But it's difficult to draw on a parchment, so I'm going to show you in person. Roger was going to ask Renee what she made, but seeing Renee's unshakable eyes, it was clear that she didn't speak empty words. Good. Show me. Instead, if she doesn't live up to his expectations, even if she is Renee, she won't be able to avoid being scolded. Renee cleared her breath and roused her magic power. She put a lot of thought into making the magic square for the test. The other students ended up showing the attribute element through the magic square, but she couldn't even do that due to her attributeless magic power. It was disadvantageous because she was lagging behind from the start. So Renee did the best she could. She couldn't help but be at a loss at the start, but thanks to the book that Roger lended her, she was able to figure out how to move forward and not give up. I'll show it to the teacher that I've changed this much. She stretched her hands forward and slowly generated mana. When she focused her mind completely, she felt like she was the only one left in the world. Before long, magic lines drawn with mana began to appear in front of Renee slowly but clearly. Roger's eyebrows wiggled when he saw them. Of course, his expression quickly returned to its original state and no student noticed the changes because everyone was looking at the magic square created by Renee. A broken bar. It's a three-dimensional magic square. As expected, teacher recognized it at a glance. Roger looked at Lion's magic square floating in front of him and evaluated it that way. If the other magic squares were a two-dimensional picture drawn on parchment, the one that Renee made was a three-dimensional magic square. This formula, resembling the Rubik's Cube, was called a three-dimensional square in mathematics and a magic cube in the occult. Roger scrutinized the flow of magic carved into the magic square to be sure that it wasn't simply imitating the shape. Perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. All the horizontal, vertical, height, and solid diagonal lines that exist in the cube, as well as the sum of the magical powers in the cross-section, are all the same. It was a perfect three-dimensional magic square, with the mana flowing evenly in any direction and there was no deviation. Did she study the magic constant to this extent? It would have been insufficient to produce this level of results within the given time period, but she did it. Renee's shoulders, which were confident at first, began to shrug a little since Roger was silent for a while. Renee. It was then that Roger, who took his eyes off the three-dimensional magic square, opened his mouth. Your score is A+. What? On the contrary, it is a pity that I can only give this much. That's how perfect the magic square you made. What? Roger's successive compliments made Renee unable to come to her senses. She never expected him to compliment her like that. Roger's words were not empty-handed but sincere. You're born with this kind of talent. Renee can't use attribute element magic unlike other students because of her attributeless magic. At the same time, releasing mana was quite difficult for her. But her gains were as big as her losses. Renee's perception of space, especially her three-dimensional space, was significantly higher than that of the other students. No, she doesn't have to compare herself to other students. She's just overwhelming. Flora Lumos, who made Jisuguai Mundo through the magic square, was also a great talent, but even she had to admit that Renee magic square surpassed hers. Renee, a broken bar. Renee, what? Who? Me? There is no one else here but you. Yes, you called me a broken bar. Renee was still out of her mind. She did my best with a determination not to disappoint Mr. Roger, but she didn't know she would get such a good evaluation. Renee, how did you come up with this magic square? Even if you had the idea, it would have been almost impossible to actually implement it in such a short period of time. That's a broken bar. Renee calmly explained her circumstances. At first, I just thought a lot about making something new, but that wasn't enough, so I tried to deal with the clashing magical power in various ways. Have you dealt with it? Some were broken bar. How did you do it? Renee nodded shyly. I didn't mean to, but the flow of my mana is, am I a broken bar different? This is what happened when I left it to the flow and developed the magic square that I envisioned in my head. She just did it and it became natural. Those were words that only those with extreme talents could say. You just did it and it worked? That's funny. You should stop lying. When the students heard that, they thought that Renee was bluffing on purpose to look good to Roger. However, Roger's expression did not change much. Roger knew better than anyone else that Renee was not a person who would try to look good by lying, so that meant that everything she said was true. The magic flowed naturally. Usually, there is no case where the magical power itself moves beyond the caster's will. It was most likely that she did that instinctively without realizing it. And it was highly likely that the reason why she suddenly showed such talent was because she read the book Roger lent her a while ago. Maybe the book I lent her served as a kind of trigger. Attributeless mana is an unknown power whose origin is still unknown. However, looking at the magic square created by Renee now, he had a sense of where it is specialized. Teacher, are you okay? A broken bar. It's not a big deal. Anyway, great magic square. I enjoyed it. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, yes. Renee couldn't get rid of the feeling that Roger was wrapping things up in a hurry. However, the reason why she couldn't bear to ask why was because, although it was only for a moment, Roger's expression was too serious. I believe everyone remembers their scores. If there's anyone who erased it from their memory, check the classroom bulletin board. I'll send an assistant soon and announce it. The students who scored low sighed deeply at his words. The top 5 and the second test are Floral Umos and Renee, who received A+, Julia Plumart, who received A, Iona Valley and Aiden, who received B+. I didn't mean to, but the numbers are just right. The above-named 5 were eligible for the second framework. Roger said he would give it to them after the upcoming Magic Festival because he was busy right now. I really want to die. Why is it a D? You are better off. I got an E, and although it's not the lowest score, what's the difference from the lowest score? I should have worked harder. The expression of aristocratic students was seriously distorted by the fact that there are only 2 nobles among the top 5 in this test. In addition, one of the top 5 is not a commoner, but a Suin. The students who have been educated for a long time got lower grades than the barbaric Suin people. This made them feel like they were in a dream. If you have any complaints about your test results, tell me directly. If you really feel it's unfair, I'll review it individually. When Roger spoke with his eyes tightened, the mouths of the students who were secretly muttering complaints closed. That was the end of the second test. The students packed their own bags, so some students wanted to go back to the dormitory and rest, and some students went to take other tests. Roger stared at Renee, who was still standing there with a puzzled face. Is it the non-attribute magic? Non-attribute magic is an unknown power, and even Roger does not yet know its origin. Even in the research book on non-attribute magic, The details of what kind of power this magical power was were not written down. Most of the things included were explanations of how to use the non-attribute magic. Mana flowed naturally into the three-dimensional magic square. It didn't feel like I was forced to move. Is the magic rate that high? Magic rate, it's a measure of how well a wizard's mana matches magic when performing a specific spell. This is because even if the same magic is used, the magic power varies depending on the attribute of the wizard. Fluttering Flame, which is considered the most representative attack magic, is stronger when used by a fire attribute wizard than by a water attribute wizard. That's because the magic rate ratio is higher. The non-attribute magic had the lowest magic damage rate for any magic. The fact that this magic square is different means that it specializes in that direction. Perhaps Roger made an assumption in his mind. Non-attribute magic is not just magic specialized for elements that exist in nature. It is a much higher level than that. Yet it is impossible for people in the world to measure it. For example, a broken bar space. There are many types of magic in this world, but the only one that does not exist is space magic. Teleportation and blink were treated as false legends in this world. It's quite funny. There's anti-magic, dreams, divinity, paintings, origami, and everything else, but there's no space magic. What's funnier is that there's also magic to interfere with time, but there's no space. Of course, this time magic is not very useful compared to its name, but it exists. In other words, Roger was the only one in the world who knew how to use spatial magic. If Rene magic is really about space, a broken bar, it was still only a hypothesis, so he couldn't be certain. But if the hypothesis becomes true, then that power is essential to me. Flora Lumos moved with her best friend Cheryl Wagner to take the next exam. Cheryl asked Flora, who was walking silently down the hall. Flora, how did you do that? What? The magic square. Mr. Rogers' class seems different, but it's very difficult. But Flora was number one. How did you do it? Cheryl's intentions must have been pure praise for her genius, but Flora couldn't be happy. I'm not number one. But Flora got the highest score. A broken bar. Should I say it myself? It's because there are other people who got the highest score besides me. That kid named Rene. What was that magic circle? And also, teacher, he never complimented me like that. A broken bar. To be honest, I was upset, and it occurred to her that she encountered Rene near Roger's office. They didn't know each other, so she just ignored it at the time, but it was very suspicious when she thought about it. A broken bar, that little girl. Flora bit her lip slightly, recalling Rene. It was hard to imagine he approached the student first because of the iron-walled character of Roger, but if it's the other way around, it somehow made sense. No, I'm sure if it was anyone else, they would be overwhelmed by Mr. Rogers' spirit and they wouldn't be able to talk to him. But if it was someone with the audacity to walk around with the third princess as a broken bar. Flora thought she was docile, but she was more like a fox than she thought. She seemed to understand why Rene had frequent conflicts with other aristocratic students before. However, Flora decided to ignore Rene for now because the tests came first. Until she met Rene and the third princess at the entrance of the classroom where her next exam would take place,